Alright. Alright, what's up? Good morning. Incoming ad break. Alright. I may or may not be incredibly rusty at this since I think it's been a little over a year since I last streamed. Is this true? Is this 2 years? I think it's been like two to 3 years since the last stream. And if you want a reason why, then I don't have one. No, I do have one. It's because I've been busy and messed up. I've been messed up. Is that a good... Can I say that? Is that like a good reasoning? I've been all messed up and stuff. And I have not had the energy for it. You know what? Here's what I can say. For a majority of the last however long, I was on a medication. It's called Zoloft. Yes, it's an SSRI. And one of the side effects of that medication is drowsiness. Uh-oh. And so you can imagine what that has meant in terms of not being able to stream because I've been too sleepy. You know, it's been hard to get like worked up and stuff. But I've been off of that medication for a while, and I think that's been good. I think so. Yes. At the very least, I have enough energy and focus, probably, hopefully, to do streaming business again. So, very cool, and right now I have to get some stuff done. And so that's what we're going to be doing today. Yes. On a sidebar, I've also been working on the specific project of, it's a graphic novel. It's about a bunch of mushrooms. That's really all you need to know. Yeah, that's all you... Yeah, that's probably good. Yeah, it's about a bunch of mushrooms, and they're in the forest, and that's all you really need to know. Okay, it says ad break in progress. I was about to say, another ad break? That's ridiculous, but no. Yep. It's like that, and it's like that, and yes, it is also like that. And you could go as far as to say that it is like that. Yeah. So, it's been a while since I did one of these, and that's fine. And so, hopefully, it'll go all normal, and nothing disastrous will happen. Hopefully, my computer doesn't catch on fire. There's no reason why it would, but, I mean, you never know these days. You know what I'm saying? Yes. And, yeah, and another thing is, after getting off of the medication that has been making it near impossible for me to stream, after getting off of that, my brain is still scattered, you could say, and so maintaining a single train of thought may be difficult, but I have a feeling that I can probably do it. We can do it. We can get it done together, you and me. We could, yeah, right? Yeah, it's true. And so the plan for today's stream is drawing. It's drawing. Comics. Well, 2 comic pages. I have to get the painting part done, background and foreground painting aspect of it. And then afterwards, because I have a feeling that'll take max 2 hours, and then after that, we'll be able to move into scripting. Scripting what? Scripting video, because I kind of want to get back into doing YouTube stuff as well, and the YouTube stuff involves writing script, okay? Because on Friday, I'm going to go out and do, like, the recording of the script readings, and I'm going to do it outside, in a forest. Yep. And I want to get 2 videos recorded in one day, because, I mean, while I'm out there, I might as well, you know what I'm saying? And so, for that to happen, I would like to get the script for both videos, or the script for the second video done. I already scripted the first one, so we're gonna have to work on the second one, if we have the time. I don't know if I can finish it, necessarily, but I'll definitely try. Yep, because last time, I think it took, or yesterday rather, I think it took me around 5 hours to finish a script. That's like, taking into consideration the research aspect, as well as the other stuff. Mostly research, though. Yes. But other than that, a lot has changed. Yes, including my webcam. So if when I turn it on, it looks completely different, and I have ugly facial hair, that's because I don't feel like shaving right now. And I don't feel like shaving, and don't ask me if I feel like shaving, because the answer is no. Okay? Okay. Cool. Alright. Aside from that, I think I have everything set up, and nothing is going to get caught on fire. Nothing's gonna get caught on fire, alright? So I think we're gonna be alright. I think so. We'll have to see, but I think so. I am confident that I think so, at the very least, right? Okay, I'm semi-confident that I think so, that it's good. We got it. Alright, yeah. We definitely have it all together, and it's all together, and I put out all the things, and we're all good, and it's good, and additionally, it's also good. Great. Well, that's just great to know, isn't it? Okay. We're gonna start soon. The 7-minute mark has been hit, which is usually an indicator that it's time to actually start the stream. Okay. I'm gonna be completely honest with you. I'm slightly nervous because I haven't done this in a while. And recently, I've been taking on other projects of the 3D printing variety because my brother just got a 3D printer recently. And as a result, there's been a lot of trial and error, and mostly error on my end. So I'm worried that that's going to translate onto the stream. And what if I messed up? I don't know. But I think that's also another relapse symptom from that medication is anxiety spike. So, oops. Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. We'll be fine. That's fine. It's fine. It's been at least 2 weeks, so it's fine. Alright. Let's do it. Okay. I think it's time to do it. It's time to do it. No more. Okay, we're not gonna stall for any longer. Are you ready? All right. Don't freak out. I'm gonna turn on the main scene, and then we're gonna do it. And so don't. And I'm gonna play the music, and the music's gonna overlap with the music. No, I'm not. What? I can just wait a little bit. No, I'll just get. Okay. Wait, what? No, I got it. Don't worry. All right. We got it. Okay, hold on. And then there we go. Turn it down. We got it. We got it. Audio balance, not too loud. Let me know if it's too loud, because I'm not sure. Anyways, good morning. God damn it, I lost my... Oh shit. As soon as I start the stream, I lost my pen. Oh, I found it. Don't worry, stuff is a mess, but that's okay. That's fine. It's a part of the... It's a part of the stuff, you know? That's fine. Anyways. It's not too loud. Don't worry, it's not too loud, and I have everything under control. You know what I'm saying? It has been, I think, 2.5, maybe 3 years since the last time that I did stream, and that's fine. And that's fine. And I turned down the music, and that's fine. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's alright. I mean, since then, I've also moved states. That's another big thing that's been going on. I moved from California to somewhere in the Midwest, a remote location that will not be disclosed right now, because I haven't decided if that's a good idea or not. But yes, I have moved, and other life stuff has happened, and so such and such, and it's been 3 years. Actually, no, I think I know the exact... Wait, no. Okay, I have done a stream in this house. I remember that. I did a baking stream. That's right. That was a long time ago. And also when I didn't know as much about baking as I do now. I should do another baking stream at some point. That would probably be good. Yes, because I also got a second laptop for that purpose. I remember this. I remember this. But I guess it's been... This is the first desk stream that we've done at the new house. So, there you go. Yes, as well as the first art stream, as well as the first stream within 2025. and there was no stream in 2024. Yep, I got it. That's fine. But yes, since then I have been busy on multiple projects, and I've been trying to be more consistent with projects because I mean, statistically, I'm sure you know the struggle of starting a project and then not finishing the project because your brain just gets so focused on a different idea. I say statistically like that's been measured, but you know, that's a thing that happens to a lot of people, I assume. But yes, that also happens to me as well. And so as a result, I'm trying to break out of that because, I mean, having a bunch of unfinished projects just laying around doesn't really get you anywhere, as you can imagine. And so I kind of want to finish all the projects I'm working on, but at the same time, I can't finish all the projects I'm working on because I'm working on a lot of them, you know? And then I keep wanting to start new ones, but I got it, and it's fine. And I think one thing that I've been most consistent about getting done is the graphic novel project that I'm currently working on. At one point, I got I think 40 to 50 pages in, but unfortunately, I didn't save all of the pages separately. I saved them all as layers in a PSD file, but the problem with PSD files is if you have too many layers and the file gets too big, then it just automatically gets corrupted. And that's what happens. And when it becomes corrupted, it's unrecoverable. And so that's what happened. So I may or may not have lost over around 45 pages of a graphic novel, and I may or may not have since tried to not necessarily redo, but redo all of them. And so that's what I've been doing. I've been redoing all the pages, which is a little maddening, but it's okay because it's alright, because it's fine. Yes. But another thing that I'm kind of confused about, and I shouldn't be confused about it at this stage, but I am, is the publishing process, because I do want to get it not self-published. I want to do the other version. I know that there's 3 different types of publishing. I'm not sure what they're all called, but I know one of them is self-publishing, and one of them is hybrid publishing, where you, the author, contribute some of the costs, but also a publisher contributes to half of the costs. But there's another one where the publisher pays for all of the costs, but also gets a cut of the revenue, and so there is an incentive on their end to do marketing, or to at least help with marketing. At least that's my understanding of it. But my other fraction of understanding of it is that publishing is constantly changing, and any definition you have of it on one day, it can change drastically the next day, because it's a fluctuating industry. So I have no idea. I have no idea what it's like right now, but I think that's what it's like right now because I recently saw a video on it. But you know, and so as a result, kind of nervous about how exactly I can get a publishing sort of situation going, because here's another thing. A lot of the times, if you're trying to get a deal with a publisher, you have to reach out before you even start scripting the book. Uh-oh. That, really? You know, because it's like, I may or may not have already scripted all of it and drawn, like, the first 2 chapters out of 4 chapters of the book already. So I have a feeling that's going to make it quite difficult for me to get an actual publisher at this stage. But I'm going to keep drawing. I need to stop, but I have to. But I need to stop, but I have to keep doing it. Because I have to. And also I've gotten this far, so I kind of have to keep going. But I do need to stop and start looking for a publisher. But at this point, I have to keep going. But I don't have to, but I do. Does that make... It doesn't make any sense. But you understand. But you get it. Yeah, you get it. But yeah, that's kind of the main thing that I've been thinking about. Is like, how exactly am I gonna do that? Because usually you email or go to like a book fair, because I know that sometimes publishers are at book fairs, and you go around. Sometimes you already have a manuscript, sometimes it's just a rough idea, and you go up to the publisher and you say, hey, this is my elevator pitch for a book, you know, and then they're like, okay, I'll get back to you on that. And they do if they're interested, and they don't if they're not interested. And if they do get back to you, then usually they assign you either a team or a colorist. So you draw like the sketches or the line art or whatever of the panels, and then they get an extra person to come in and color it. Which I'm sure makes it much quicker to finish. But it's a little late for that in terms of what I'm doing, which is definitely a problem. I have a problem, and I can't stop. But that is the problem, and I have to continue, and I have to. And if I stop, you know what I'm saying? But yes, and so that is my current dilemma, and I'm not sure how that'll work in the future. But that's fine, I think. Because worst case scenario, I can just do self-publishing again, which is very easy. It's secretly very easy. They don't tell you this, but it's secretly very easy, especially right now, because, well, I hate to talk positively about the company, but I'm also on their platform. Amazon has a little system called Kindle Direct Plus, or KDP. No, Kindle Direct Publishing, I should say. Where if you send them your, not manuscript, if you send them the pages in the format of a PDF file, if you send them that and a cover, and you make all of it, and you design all of it, and you send it to them, then they will start, like, they'll put it on Amazon, and they'll publish it, and they'll handle all of the, like, putting it on like paperbacks and hardcover and all the sort of printing stuff that you need to do to make a book. They'll handle all of that, and they'll just take a cut of any sales. So it's basically normal publishing, but it's also, I guess it's kind of like hybrid publishing. Yeah, but essentially Amazon is your publisher in that scenario, which, I mean, at the same time, kinda stinks, because you don't exactly have any control over, like, the quality of the materials. Because if you're like an art house kind of like author or designer or whatever, and you want your book to be more personal, you know, then KDP, Kindle Direct Publishing, not so good, mostly because, like, the materials they use, they're kind of cheap stuff. I mean, if you get like a hardcover, then it's like a standard hardcover, but like the paperbacks, kind of flimsy things, and like if you just select like a matte finish, they give you two options in terms of like the actual paper on the inside, and there's either glossy or matte finish, and if you do a matte finish, then it's just normal paper. It's just normal printed paper, and that it's kind of not great, because I mean, like, I guess one thing about my entire idea of publishing and like producing books is kind of changed based off of what I've seen when I go to like anytime I go to like a museum, like an art museum. If you ever go to the gift shop, they always have some very nicely designed books, and I love a good layout design. And all of the books they have there are always very, like, experimental in the materials that they use. Like, they'll sometimes use semi-transparent paper and overlap all of the different images and text on each other, because each page is semi-transparent except for the text and except for the image. I guess which has the opacity lowered so you can still see through it. And that can make for some really interesting imagery, as well as some very interesting layout designs. Sometimes they'll use, like a kind of, I don't know, like gritty, almost sandpaper, but not sandpaper enough to like sand stuff, but it's like gritty in a way that printer paper isn't, you know? Like almost like construction paper, but different. I don't know. Like there's like a whole world to choosing the actual materials to use when it comes to like book layouts. That's like very interesting. But unfortunately, if you work with Kindle or Amazon for your publishing, they don't have options for that because it's not really about that. Because much to the chagrin of any authors who are using it because it's like an easy avenue to get all of your stories out, a lot of people use Kindle Direct Publishing for their, I don't want to say grift, because that's a rude word to say, but for their, what's it called? Passive income, you know, uh, yeah, like, the passive income type of guy who has like a bunch of side gigs, and one of them, they're the kinds of guys who like to make a lot of money off of, let's say, AI generated stuff, which is very annoying. It's very annoying because if you go onto the Kindle, like all of the books that are being published right now, here's what you're gonna find: AI generated coloring books, AI generated recipe books, AI generated guides to scavenging for mushrooms, which is really dangerous, by the way, because the robot doesn't know how to scavenge for mushrooms, and that's no. And also using AI generated images of the mushrooms that you're supposed to look for. Hello, that's not good. That's very not good, especially because, like, if you look at the data, I mean, like, the data sets that they're probably like that the AI generation is probably like going off of, probably doesn't have good IDs for the mushrooms in and of themselves, if IDs at all. If you ever ask like any sort of AI generation software, this is from like Bing or what's the other one, Midjourney, like any guys like this, if you look for specific species or try to generate specific species in imagery, it's not gonna work. They're gonna have like all sorts of stuff coming in, and that's because a lot of the times if you Google specific species, you're gonna get results from like other species as well, because like sometimes they're also mentioned in a similar like article or whatever, or anything, but also because there's a lot of different subspecies within specific like genuses and scientific names and whatnot, and so like it's hard for a person to get like consistent Google results, let alone like a robot get like consistent results from a limited amount of images that that it has like content ID. Does that make sense? Because like, yeah, and that's like one issue with like AI generated what was the word I used for it? Guides to scavenging for mushrooms, but also for like plants in general. But another thing is, a lot of mushrooms that are like edible that you can find in the wild look a lot like a lot of poisonous mushrooms. For instance, if you look up white dapperling mushroom, the white dapperling is edible and has a nice sort of meaty texture. I can't eat mushrooms anymore because I'm allergic, unfortunately, but the white dapperling has a very nice meaty texture. As you can see, there's a lot of variance in the images. That's because some of them are from, different parts of its life, when the cap is more like umbrellaed. I think they call that a pinhead. Not sure about that, but that's before it like umbrellas out, but also that can look different from this, which has more of like a shaggy cap going on here. And some of them have skirts. That's that little part right there. Some of them don't. This looks less like a white dapperling and more like a white puffball, but since you can see the stem, it's obviously just an early in life white dapperling. But like this one doesn't have a skirt because it's too early in its development. Like this one's too old, so its cap is starting to crumble. Like I'm not sure if white agaricus. I'm not sure about that. Because that's confusing me. Don't worry about that. But either way, as you can see, there's like a lot of variance in what a white dapperling looks like. And the problem with that is there's another mushroom called the white destroying angel. And based on the name, you can probably guess that it will kill you if you eat it. And just by looking at it, you can see, there's not a lot of visual differences. Yeah, you're right, there isn't. There is not. Some of these images look almost as if it's the same one. This just looks like a very young white dapperling. with it, except this one's more, I guess, stocky. But, like, even that's not necessarily helpful because do you know how many white mushrooms there are out there that are safe to eat and that aren't safe to eat? A lot. I mean, like, yeah, like, as you can see from, like, this thumbnail for plantscraze.com, not a plant, there's, like, the biggest difficulty that someone who's foraging for mushrooms will have is trying to distinguish between, like, a safe-to-eat mushroom and an insanely dangerous one that will kill you. Now, it's not, like... So, what will kill you about a white dapperling isn't necessarily that it has, like, a super unique poison within it. It's the mycotoxins. So, every mushroom has mycotoxins to some extent. Like, even the ones you'll find at the store. I'll remember later. I don't remember. But, like, you know, the ones that that are commonly said that you can eat them, like morels or boletes or, I almost remember the other one, but I forgot again. But the kinds of ones that you commonly eat, you know, those ones still have mycotoxins. They just have less than the more dangerous mushrooms. That's the thing. Because, like, every animal can consume some amount of mycotoxins. It's just some are more sensitive than others. That's why, like, a lot of insects can't. Because, you know, they have smaller bodies and so don't have as much of a tolerance built up. But some can. Like, some, like, species of flies and whatnot have built up a tolerance to the mycotoxins and have evolved to, like, bore into different mushrooms to lay their eggs in and whatnot. As well as, like, grubs. Well, their babies also have that immunity, you know, stuff like that. But the thing is, the white dapperling mushroom has an insane amount of mycotoxins in it. That's why, if you try eating it, which you shouldn't, but if you do, then you won't necessarily die instantly. It's more because, you know, it takes time for your body to digest it, because that's the main thing. It's about how quickly your body digests it. But there are some mushrooms that are poisonous not because of the mycotoxins necessarily, but because of, like, any whole slew of weird things that they have evolved to do, like excrete some kind of liquid that, like, irritates your skin or eyes, or blows out, like, spores that are poisonous. I'm not sure about that one, actually. I don't know that much about non-edible mushrooms. I mostly know about edible mushrooms. But, like, there's a whole variety in how mushrooms can and will kill you, depending on the species. Some don't have any interest in that. But the ones that do sometimes look like ones that are edible. Like, okay, here's another example for you. There's also I think it's called the jack-o'-lantern mushroom. Yeah, which looks very, very similar to the chanterelle, which is a very commonly eaten mushroom, which looks like this. So you can see the problem here. I'm not even sure if this is... I mean, he says it's a jack-o'-lantern mushroom, but I have no idea, because it looks like a chanterelle. I guess, no, the main distinction would be chanterelles have, like, a paler stem. That's not true. This one has a pretty pale stem. I don't know. Yeah, yeah, that's tough. I guess, no, these ones have more rounded edges. Yeah, whereas the chanterelle's edges are more crinkly. I guess, but I wouldn't necessarily trust that distinction. But I guess the main thing that you can identify a jack-o'-lantern mushroom by is the caps themselves kind of look like the tops of pumpkins. That's my guess as to why they're called jack-o'-lantern mushrooms. Uh, but I mean, it depends on how late in life they are and how rounded their caps are, and yeah, but that's the thing. I wouldn't expect AI generated images to be able to have that same kind of level of nuance. Just because, like, I mean, when they're sampling based on so many images of, like, chanterelles or like jack-o'-lantern mushrooms, or even a mix of both, because sometimes people upload images with one ID even though it's actually a completely different one. Sometimes people mis-ID species, and there's nothing wrong with that, obviously, but, like, if an AI is trying to tell the difference, that's not gonna work, because, like, I mean, that's one reason why people say not to necessarily 100% put all your faith in those, like, mushroom IDing apps, because they use not necessarily generative AI, but, like, similar levels of, like, or like similarly taught stuff where a lot of user input points at, like, which image means what. If you don't know how that works, there's, like, a whole thing. It depends on the company, obviously, but if you're looking at companies like Meta or Facebook, who don't necessarily care as much about, like, labor laws necessarily in the past, or yeah, allegedly, you know, their style for the longest time of training, like, AI models was having people from, like, refugee camps, or, like, people who are of retiring age and can't work anymore but also can't afford to retire. Kind of like a little bit, you could say, some might say predatory hiring kind of demographics, and they would pay them very little to identify specific models, or specific images rather, and that they would train the AI model off of that. Yes, and some companies do similar things, but from my understanding, that's how Facebook trains its stuff, or at least used to. I don't know if they've changed, but I have seen some of the job listings that they have put on LinkedIn about those kinds of AI training jobs and whatnot, and it's pretty lackluster pay. I have to say. I have to say that. But yeah, and so as a result, people relying on them a little too much when it comes to their publishing it's quite annoying. But I mean, it's also quite annoying just for people to use, because, like, look, my problem is mostly with people using Kindle Direct Publishing for, like, their grifting stuff or their passive income or whatever, because usually what that means is Kindle Direct Publishing just has a bad reputation as a result. Because now it's like, oh, you mean the program that allows people to just churn out whatever slop they can make money off of, right? Like, they're like, the grift cycle, if you want to call it that, has had many different alterations throughout the years. I mean, the first time it was a thing was, I think, surrounding Audible. I think no, it was before. Well, because they had to upload books first and then turn them into audiobooks with Audible, and then Audible was, for the longest time, their source of passive income. And so the books themselves were, like, before generative AI got as big as it is right now. Before that, before even ChatGPT, which is, I guess, generative AI. But, like, before that, people were instead hiring ghostwriters. Not that there's anything wrong with hiring ghostwriters, but they were hiring ghostwriters from, like, predatory companies that pay ghostwriters very little, and mostly market towards people in, well, I mean, similar hiring conditions to Facebook, where, like, people who can't afford to retire, or people in refugee camps who really need money, or, like, homeless people, or whatever, you know, people who really need money, they will hire them to do an outrageous amount of work for a disgustingly low level of pay, you know, and as a result, for the kind of low amount of money that they charge people for those ghostwriting services, people took advantage of that for their grifting stuff, or for their books, which usually were kind of like, I guess you could say, keyword spam of like any trending topics. Like, oh, what's this? Like, I don't know, what was a trending topic at the time? I guess, like witchcraft. There are a lot of like ghost written like witchcraft, like spell books, for instance. Or I guess recipes was a big one for a while. Another one was like low content books, where you could just publish a book that was low content, which didn't have very much writing, so you don't have to write very much of it yourself. This would be like planners or schedules or calendars or whatever, in book form that you could publish through Kindle Direct Publishing. And yeah, I mean, another thing was like coloring books, that they would hire people on Fiverr, like the cheapest people that they could find on Fiverr, to draw like the stuff that they would put in their coloring book. That's what it used to be before they got AI generated images, which, I mean, I don't know. I'm not gonna like argue whether or not it's better that they're using like AI generated images for their coloring books, because at the end of the day, it's just annoying that they're using it to like block up search and search results for coloring books. Just a bunch of stuff from people who don't really care about the stuff. But I mean, I don't really care about coloring books. I only care about Kindle Direct Publishing, because for a while I was really interested in it, and I still also kind of am, because it's a really good avenue for if you want to get your stuff published. The main problem is marketing. You have to do a lot of marketing very consistently if you're going the self-publishing route, you know, and stuff like that, and things like that, and so on, and also and that as well. Yes, but anyways, that's I was talking about publishing for a little too long, but you get it. I'm interested in publishing, well, I know a lot about the process of self-publishing, but I don't know as much about the process of publishing with an actual publisher. I know that used to be a lot bigger or at least have a lot more upsides to it, since, you know, before the internet, it was a lot harder to market books, because, like, realistically, if you had a book in, like, I don't know, the 90s, and you wanted it to get to, and you had it self-published, and you were, like, fulfilling orders on your own, with, like, your printer and printing press or whatever at your house, then how are you going to market it? You could put out posters, advertisements, you know, stuff like that, but posters and advertisements aren't necessarily the best way of marketing a book. Because, like, I don't know about you, but if I see a poster and advertisement about a book, that doesn't necessarily make me want to read it. Well, I guess I don't know how good I personally am of, like, an example of how people usually respond to ads. But I mean, no, actually, I think a good lot of people tend to just kind of immediately throw out ads when they see them. But at the same time, I make ads, so I guess I don't know. I don't know, because, I mean, yeah, I guess I don't know. I guess it depends on the ad. That's the thing. If it's a poorly made ad, then people will just throw it away. But if you can make an ad where people see it even for a second and then have to do a double take on it, you got them. You got them. The problem is a lot of companies don't do that. Yeah, a lot of companies are focused on like keeping the brand sanitized, or like I guess marketable. They don't want weird ads. But if you want weird ads, you hire me, and I make weird ads. My ads are messed up. They're not messed up. I don't make ads of like people goring each other or anything. But I do make ads anthropomorphizing products, and not necessarily in the way of like mascots, though. For my own personal businesses, I do like to do that just because it's fun. But more so like if you have a product and you draw the product like reading to another version of the product and getting itself tucked into bed, that tends to perform well on Facebook and Instagram in terms of, like, ads. I make ads, alright? What do you want me to say? I make ads. My chair keeps backing up. But yes, and that's what I do, and I do that as well, and yes. But when it comes to marketing books, I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to do that necessarily, because my marketing experience is mostly in, like, startups. You know, like tech bro stuff. Like, because the majority of the bosses that I've had in the past have been tech bros. And I don't want to say anything negative about tech bros. Not that there is anything negative to say about them. And we love them. And they hire me. And that's my favorite thing about them. No. Yeah. But that's besides the point. You know, it's a whole thing. And advertising as well. And products. And making companies. And, you know, shit like that. Yeah, but it's true. I mean, yeah, the thing is, I would love to make more ads. Because honestly, making ads is kind of fun. It's kind of fun. They don't tell you this, but making ads is secretly a little bit fun. Especially if you're not, like, overly focused on, like, brand recognition and making sure it's palatable and only care about demographics and nothing else and trying to optimize it for whatever the hell, you know, like a lot of people who graduate from, like, sales school or who major in sales rather, you'll get a lot of the same stuff coming from that, because a lot of the times if you go to, like, a sales class, they tell you the same thing that they've been telling people for years and decades, which is a problem because we live in a different world than we did a decade ago, you know, especially when it comes to advertising, because a lot has changed. Thank you to the internet. Thanks to the internet, in terms of, like, advertising, not only in terms of, like, digital advertising having different like, applications than, like, visual stuff like billboards and the pictures they put on the sides of bus stops and, you know, stuff like that. Aside from that, also just in the way of, like, formatting ads and kind of the everything and also everything. And yes, like, I mean, here's one thing, because I do send out job applications because I need to get hired. I need a job. I do. But there was one job application on a website that I saw that was interesting because it was, so first they asked, do you have a bachelor's degree in marketing? It's like, no, I don't. So I had to say no, because I don't want to lie about that, because then I'm going to have to keep lying about it, and that's annoying, and I don't feel like it. Not that there's anything wrong with lying on your resume, except that there is wrong with lying on... No. I don't give a shit. Lie on your resume. What the hell? Whatever. That's not illegal, as far as I know. But on a specific job website that I saw, after it asked if you have a bachelor's degree in marketing, it also said, do you know about the 5 steps of brand awareness? And then it had a little note under it that said, if you had to Google what this is, this job might not be for you. Okay. So I looked up what it is. The job is still for me, by the way, but I looked up what it is, and it's like a really basic idea that when you first have a brand, there's 5 steps of, like, brand awareness. There's like 5 different layers of marketing that you have to do, or that, like, five different I guess, yeah, 5 stages of market awareness, of brand awareness. I don't really know how to describe it. Here, hold on, I'll look it up for you. I don't know how to describe it, but it's like, it's normal. It's like normal. Like, when I read it, I was like, oh, duh. They have to teach you this? But, here. Unaware. They are not aware of their desire or their need to solve the problem. The problem that the brand solves. Problem aware. They know they have a problem to solve but aren't aware of any specific solutions. Solution aware, they know about the solution to the problem. Product aware, they become aware that the product solves the problem. And then most aware, they know of your product and what it does, but they haven't gotten around to purchasing it. And so that's the general that's the general idea of the 5 stages of market awareness. Yes, in this one it's a triangle. No, it's not a pyramid scheme. That's different. But also I'm more aware of it in terms of a funnel, because that's how my brother has explained it to me. During like the first year that I was making ads, I think. But like, it's like, yeah, no, duh. Sorry, I didn't know about the specific name to call it. Like, that's the thing. Can I just tell you what I don't like about some people who are hiring jobs people? Can I just tell you about that? Because like they claim that they care about degrees. If you tell them you have a degree, that doesn't increase your chance of getting hired. But if you go to like the what's that called? Not the review. What do you call it when you sit down in front of them and you're in your fancy clothes and they go over your resume with you in front of them? Interview. In the interview, they will ask you specific questions that if you don't know, they'll immediately assume, oh, this guy's full of shit, doesn't know anything about this, and is lying to me, and an asshole, and dumb, and kill yourself. That's what they say. They don't say that, but like that's like. Okay, there was this one interview that I had at one point that haunts me to this day, where I went in with my resume, and on my resume, okay, I may or may not have said that I have experience with the software Adobe InDesign, which, if you don't know, basically it's kind of like PowerPoint or Google Slides, except for documents. That's the easiest way I could describe it. And like, I know how to use it now, but at the time, I didn't. And so at the time, I said I did, because on the job listing, it said, we're looking for someone who has experience with Adobe InDesign. And I was just as desperate then as I am now to get a job, so I said, what the hell? Yeah, sure, I have experience with Adobe InDesign. Why the hell not? And when I said that on my resume, and then I went to the interview, because I was invited for an interview, he was like, so you say here that you have experience with Adobe InDesign? I said, yep. And he said, so like, what kind of experience? And I said, oh, mostly making like brochures for one of the companies I worked at. And then I named the company that I'm not gonna name right now, but I named it then. I was making brochures for them because, you know, they were a startup and they went to a lot of like job fair kind of stuff, which is true. I did design brochures for them, but I didn't use Adobe InDesign, but I said that I did because you can use Adobe InDesign for that. And if I did use Adobe InDesign for that at that time, that actually probably would have been made it easier to design that specific brochure. But at the time I used Metabang Paint to design a brochure. But it's besides the point. It was a very nice brochure, by the way. Thank you for asking. But when I said that, he was like, okay. And you say here that you have experience with Adobe Illustrator, which I did. That was true. And he said, describe to me the process of making a line in Adobe Illustrator. And I said, like, what buttons I need to press to do it? Or like what? Because there's multiple different ways to make a line. He said, just how you make a line. And here's the problem. At that time, and still currently, I don't know how to describe making a line. I know how to do it, but I don't know how to describe it. I push the buttons. I don't know. If you ask me, how do you make a line in Metabang? I would say, I don't know. Draw it. I don't know. Like, I don't know. I mean, in Adobe Illustrator, it's different because there's a lot more options, because Adobe Illustrator, the main distinction between Adobe Illustrator and Photoshop is Adobe Illustrator works more with vectors. That is, vectorized images, that is non-pixelated images. So no matter how much you zoom in, it retains the same amount of, like, quality. Because it's math rather than, like, pixels. That's the simplest way I can describe it. And also the only way I can describe it, because I don't know how else to describe it. But, like, I didn't know what to say. Like, I was like, well, select the pen tool. And you make a line. I don't know what it's called. Is it called the pen tool? I know what the, like, icons look like. I don't know what they're called. I just assumed it was called the pen tool, because, like, that's, I think, or is this the brush tool? Okay, this is the brush, shit, whoops, I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know what they're called, and I told him, like, honestly, I don't know what, like, the buttons are called. I know what they look like, but I don't know what they're called, because that's not really how I learn programs. And he said, no, I get it. Like, that's how I learn programs, too. And at that moment, I was like, okay, he gets it. And then he was like, it's just that, like, what I was hoping for you to say is, and then he said, like, some weird jargon that I've honestly never heard before. He was like, you use the tool to, and then you, and then you, with the, and it's like, okay, first time hearing all of those. And then he said, and it's just that, like, if, like, just by, I ask you that question just because, like, based on how someone responds to that, you can know pretty quickly if they're full of shit or not. Wait, what? Sorry, I didn't know I was being grilled right now. What? 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 Yeah, and he's like, and after that, after I didn't really know how to answer that question, he started being, like, kind of mean. Like, he was, like, kind of mean. He said, like, and you say here that, that you have, like, that your ad creative had a 40% return on ad spend here, which is true at the time. And a 40% return on ad spend is, like, kind of good, but it's not, like, crazy. Like, right now I have the crazy numbers, but at the time I didn't, because at the time I was just working with my brother on, like, various, like, ad projects. And at that time, we didn't have as much access to, like, all of the different numbers that we do now. But at the time on my resume, it said 40% return on ad spend on the advertising I did for this company. And he read that and he was like, you know, we have an ad guy back here. So, you want me to, like, I could bring him over and we could talk about this. And I said, okay. What kind of what kind of numbers does his ad creative have? I was asking that out of curiosity, not out of, like, a I'm so cool and you're so dumb, you know, not like that, like what he was doing, not like that, but, you know, just, like, out of curiosity, because I wanted to know what kind of ads they were dealing with. And I was like, because, like, I wouldn't mind working with, like, an ad team, you know, I like making ads, I can work with an ad team, why not? And he said, yeah, how about this, I don't remember what they sold, like, light bulbs or something. Our light bulbs are, like, the #1 bestsellers in the country, and it's all thanks to our ads. So, and by the way, that is very impressive. So, I don't know if we could get someone like you to outdo it, because honestly, I looked at your portfolio and I was not impressed. Okay. What? Alright. And I said, okay. And he said, and if we're going to hire someone to do ads, I'm going to need to be really impressed by them. And I said, alright. Okay. And then another thing he said was, well, actually, I don't remember how it was started necessarily, because this was, like, at least 4 years ago. But then I mentioned, like, and this role is an in-person role. And he said, yes. And I said, is there any flexibility on maybe making it a remote role? Because, like, at the time, I was less desperate than I am now. Mostly, partially because at that time, I wasn't still in school, but I was, like, I have physical problems, alright? That's all I'm gonna say. I have physical problems getting to and from places where it hurts and it costs money as well, because I can't drive for other issues that I will not get into. But that was a big concern at the time. And then he said, nope, no flexibility on it. Like, he said it in that way. And so I said, okay, could I ask why? And he said, because, you know, we've tried remote work before from different employees here, and every time people are just not, like, you can't hold them accountable like you can in like an in-person position. Like, I'll respond to someone and they won't get back to me until like a week later. And it's just so annoying, and we cannot tolerate that sort of kind of work environment, and we just need people who we can hold accountable. And I said, okay, but I've worked with a lot of companies remote, which is true, and they usually don't seem to have that problem. I think that's more like on an individual basis. Like some people are like that and some aren't. And he said, all right, well, we just can't really take the risk right now. And I said, oh, okay, all right. So, and I went home. But it's like, that's like the worst possible interview you could have, other than someone, I don't know, like grabbing you by your coattails and throwing you out of the room, you know. Like, that's pretty bad. Like, not only was he like kind of a dick about every aspect of it, but also like, what kind of work environment is going on there? Like, usually remote is like a game changer in terms of how a lot of companies are able to do, because if you have everyone working remote, not only do they have more time to spend with their families if they, you know, are like married or have kids or something, or have pets or even or whatever, but also like people, you can also get away with having people work longer hours, which isn't necessarily like good, but I mean, if it means being able to work remote, yeah, I would take that. Because like you can message them whenever. It doesn't even have to be within their, like, if they're working 40 hours a week or whatever, it doesn't even have to be within that window. You can message them on the weekends and they will feel pressured to respond to you. Not that that's necessarily a nice thing to do, but like you can do that as a boss who doesn't really care about, you know, his employees' like time management, you know. And it's like, that's something that employers routinely do in remote settings. But it's like, I would a million times prefer that over having to go somewhere in person, because not only do you have to spend time commuting there, and like there being like a whole office, and you have to work within the physical like proximity of other people, which I kind of hate, but it's like a million times easier. And also you can use your own computer, which I prefer, because I like my computer. Most managers / bosses didn't want to work weekends and nights, lol. This only works if management is actually motivated. Yeah. I suppose, yeah, I guess so. I guess so. I mean, in my experience, in my limited experience with, like, the unpaid positions that I was doing, that were working remote and whatnot, I guess as well as with freelance, they would message whenever, and some people would respond on weekends and whatnot, some wouldn't. I guess, yeah, it's just about how... I guess, not necessarily how much they care, but how much they're willing to put up with, the employees. Like, because it's not necessarily a motivation thing, but it's like, it can be. I mean, it mostly depends on the position. Because if you're like a designer, for instance, and you're getting messaged on the weekends, like, a lot of designers can just wait until, like, they can wait like 3 days to respond, and management won't get mad. But at the same time, if you have like social anxiety or are worried about losing your job at any moment, then you're gonna respond to the messages even if they're being sent on the weekends. So it's like, oops, you know, it's like that. Yeah, it's like that. But it's definitely different depending on the position and depending on who's doing it and whatnot. But like, I know with managers, actually no. Yeah, the bosses that I've had, if you reach out to them on the weekends, they're not going to get back to you until Monday. Sometimes until Tuesday. Well, that sucks. But either way, yeah. The challenge you run into is if middle management doesn't want to work on weekends, they won't get their team to. I think this is a big reason Brando pushed out Michael and why... Jacob, no... Jacob... No, okay, nobody knows who those people are, but I know who those people are. But he's referencing his bosses, his previous bosses. That's what he's referencing. But yes, if the yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I mean, definitely in the dudes that I've worked for, they will push their guys to work on the weekends, and they will frame it as like we're like a family, and since we're a family, you know, it's kind of like you can. I want you guys to know that you can reach out to me at any time, and just know that like I expect a similar level of dedication in you guys, just like how you would reach out to your friends and family and expect them to respond in like a similar time frame. It's like, yeah, but my friends and family aren't paying me to be their friends and family. Yeah, like that's the distinction. But I mean, not that they don't already know that. It's just that they're using that language to like get away with pushing that. That's why he likes who's Mando? I don't know who that is. Wait, because she will work on weekends and won't tell him to not bother us / set boundaries. Yeah. I mean, yeah, the work on weekends won't tell him to not bother us / set boundaries. Yeah, setting boundaries. Yeah. I mean, that's definitely, like, I can only imagine why someone wouldn't want to set boundaries in a workspace. I say I can only imagine. I can tell you. I can tell you why. It's because if you're working, like, a job that's routinely described as, like, not crucial to the workforce, like, I mean, a designer, for instance, someone who is, like, treated as expendable in the workforce, then you're not going to want to set boundaries, because it's like, you should be happy that you even have the job, which isn't, like, a healthy way to look at it, obviously, but, like that, yeah, that's just how, yeah, that's how it feels, you know. She realizes she doesn't add much to the team. I mean, it could be that she realizes that, but also in some people who do add much to the team, they still feel like they don't add much to the team. Like, that's mostly my point. Because, like, even me, as someone who, like, has designed the entire brand, designed the advertisements, made the videos, you know, made the logo, made the website, whatever, made all of it, was responsible for, like, all the visual aspects of brands, I'll still feel like I'm expendable because they can fire me at any time and they already have all the resources I already designed, you know? Yes, I missed what you said because of the ad break. Basically, even if you are, like, crucial to a company's team or workforce or brand or whatever, you'll still feel like you're not, just because, like, that's how a lot of people are treated in the work. It's true. It's true. I mean, like, you have to have a very specific personality for them not to treat you as completely expendable, and they can fire you at any time. But especially someone who, like, designs aspects of companies and whatnot, they will still treat you as expendable because you already designed the stuff, and you probably signed, like, a contract that says anything you design now belongs to the rights of it belong to, you know, the company or whatever. You know, like, once you sign something like that, they can fire you and still keep all the stuff you made. And that's why it's kind of annoying when, if they do fire you or let you go or whatever, then they will continue to use your assets, or they will use a weird amalgamation of your assets and the new designer's assets or whatever. And it's like that. This is true. It's different for designers because if I leave, revenue evaporates, but designers get shafted and don't have leverage. It's true. It's because, like, it's like, how can I describe it? Like, I mean, like they need you to continually, like, continually work. Whereas, if I mean, I guess that's the difference between working, like positions where you're able to freelance versus part-time. Because when you're freelancing, that's, well, a lot of the time, it's temporary. You know, like, on Fiverr, someone can hire me to make an ad for them, and that ad can last them years without ever asking me to make a new one, you know, because they can repurpose it, they can remix it, change the colors, I don't know, change the layout slightly, you know, like, stuff like that, because, like, they have the rights to it, they can do whatever they want with it. Whereas an ad guy who is managing their ad campaigns, if there's no one doing that job, then, like, where's your company gonna go, you know? But if you don't have an ad designer, but you used to, you basically still have the ad designer because you still have their work. I mean, you're not paying anyone. You don't have to, because nobody's making any more work, but you don't need any more work. You already have this one thing, which is like, it's kind of annoying, but also I understand, since, you know, the monetary incentive of companies, you know, they have to do whatever they can to cut costs and whatnot. It's like, such is life. But yeah, it's true, and it kind of stinks, but it's true. And people need to hire me. But yes, remote positions, I guess that's kind of one big reason why I prefer remote positions as well, is because, especially if you like feel expendable in the workforce, then you're not like adding, or you're not devoting too much of your time to it. Like, you're devoting some of it, obviously, but like not as much as if you had to commute there every day. Because when you have to commute there, like, especially me, who, if I have to leave somewhere, and there's a time constraint, I'm gonna leave 30 minutes early and arrive there 30 minutes early, and like, I can't not do that, because if I don't do that, if I leave 10 minutes early or arrive 10 minutes early, the whole time I'm gonna be worried, like, what if it was secretly 30 minutes before what I wrote down in my calendar? What if they or what if they pushed it earlier and I didn't know, you know? Or what if I'm gonna get lost on the way there? Or what if this building is secretly a completely different building than the one I need to be in, you know? I don't know. I'll get like shit like that. And so if I was working in a company setting and it was a full-time, like, in-person company setting, then I would be arriving way too early before they even start paying me, you know? And that's annoying, because then at that point I could get shafted. Is that? Yes, shafted. I could get shafted anytime, and that would be it. And it's like, well, what have I been arriving here and dedicating like a majority of my day to for the past however long? But that's already going to be an issue if you get fired either way. But it's even more so if you get fired and it's an in-person position. It's true. But yeah, and that's why remote work should be a thing that they should continue to do. And that's also why that one guy who was hiring me, or who's interviewing me, especially stinks, and I hate that guy. I don't hate him that much, but I do hate that interview that I had. That it has tainted my general idea of interviews as a whole. But it's okay now though, because well, actually no, because I still don't know the answer to his question. How do I describe making a line in Illustrator? No, I'm not gonna. No, you know what? I know how to do it practically, but I don't know how to describe it. How do they describe it? Let's see how they describe it. That was his question? What the F? Yeah. Drawing lines in Adobe Illustrator can be tricky. Is it? Draw and modify simple lines. That's a gross question. Yeah. Well, he said that, like, depending on how someone answers, you can tell whether or not they are full of shit. But it's like, dude, I just don't know how to describe that. I don't know, man. I don't know. You press the buttons and make the line. Okay, well, watch a video. Hold on, let me make sure that my recommended that's full of, like, porn and, like, people twerking and, like, huge asses and shit isn't showing up. Okay, it's in full screen. We're fine. Let's see, drawing lines. Tell me.
How do you draw a line in Illustrator? Yes, there's a line tool, there's also a pen tool, there's also your shape tools. So you might have noticed the shape tools, right? Like a rectangle tool. So I can create a rectangle. Well, if I create a thin enough rectangle, that's technically a line. Now this rectangle has no fill. So I want to make sure I double click on that fill, give it a color, or just black and white, and hit OK. And I kind of made that white for some reason. Okay, here's black. There we go. All right, so we can have that selected. We zoom in. We can actually adjust the width and height of this. So we could adjust the height to be a specific value. If I wanted a 5-pixel line, there's a 5-pixel filled line. Might be a little harder to work with. Might be easier depending on what you're doing. Let's look at the line tool, though. We can do the same thing with this tool right here. It's called the line segment tool. You can see the shortcut key is a little // or is that backslash? Can't remember. But once we have that selected, we can click and drag and and create a line. Now, we might want this line to be perfectly horizontal, right? Because see, if your mouse is off, it's going to be a diagonal line.
Right.
So we're going to hold shift with that and lock it into 45-degree increments. Sorry about that zoom there, but if I do rotate this around, you can see there, that's better, 45-degree increments. Okay, let's make a line here. Boom, we've got a line, but once again, no fill or stroke. The fill won't do anything.
Right.
Because
Yeah,
this is a
you
path.
can edit
so we need a
that,
stroke on
yeah.
that path. So instead of fill, we'll do stroke. We'll do a 5-point
No,
stroke.
I understand
Enter,
that.
and-
Is that what he wanted me to say? Use the line tool to make a line? But that doesn't... You're defining a word based on... while using the word... Is that what he wanted? Use the line tool to make a line? That doesn't sound right. He's just testing whether people are familiar with the tools he already uses. That's a horrible way to tell people whether people are full of shit, because not everyone uses Illustrator. It takes 5 seconds to follow a tutorial. Well, not only that, but also, like... How do I describe that? I use a line tool to make a line. I drag the line tool across where I need to make it. I don't know. And then you edit the stroke. Does he want me to get into how to edit the stroke? I don't know. But also, I said you can use the pen tool, which is actually called the pen tool in Illustrator. So I was right to say that. It's not called the brush tool. That's in Metabang. And I said you use the pen tool to make a line. But it's like, I know the line that you make it with the pen tool isn't exact. Is the problem that it wasn't exact, and that's what his problem was? He didn't say a straight line. He probably thinks his own skills are much more valuable than mine. Probably. But why was he trying to hire me then?
I did a white stroke, so I need to make that a different color, like black. Now you see, we've essentially created the same type of line. The
Yeah.
difference here, this is a shape that has a fill. This is a line. On arrow key.
Yes.
Okay, well,
Yes.
over here, and look at that, because now go back to that pin tool. P for the
Oh.
any of those options, we can make changes to those up there. Now this is a straight line. What if I wanted a curved line? There's a couple different things we can do, but we could go back to that pin tool. We could click
Yep.
here again, click over here, but this time click and drag in the direction you want the line to kind
Yes.
of be going. And if you start to pull
Yeah.
this out, you actually create a curve. I'm a little zoomed in, so that's going to be a little.
Never mind, I was thinking about the pen tool with the line coming out of it. I don't know what the hell that one's called, but there's two pen tools. One that makes the exact lines with the curved shit, and the one that has the line coming out of it. I don't know what that's called, but that one makes the inexact line, whereas the one next to it makes the exact line with the curves and shit. But I don't know what it's called, man. Is that okay? Is that allowed? I don't know. But it's, yeah. These people are very bad at hiring and hire bad people. Okay, well, I don't know if they hire bad people. They hire people who, I guess, who have all the names of all the tools. Actually, I would be interested in seeing how other interviews with that guy went. How did other people respond to that? I don't know. Because, I mean, if they were hiring people with, like, bachelor's degrees, people do have bachelor's degrees in, like, Photoshop and Illustrator. I don't know if they're called bachelor's degrees in Photoshop and Illustrator, but, like, they have bachelor's degrees where they have a quiz where it's like, when you use the pen tool to, move and you rotate it 45 degrees, then what does that do? And it's like, A, that creates a square, or like A, or B, that, you know, like shit like that. And only hire good people on accident. Yeah. People who are good at their jobs, let's say. But yes. Yeah. That's definitely it's definitely a strange world out there. It's definitely a Alright. This, you know, this works, alright? It works. It works as I've been messing with this background for too long. I think it works. Okay. So now that I've made the basic image, I'm just gonna copy and paste in a bunch of different panels and I'll get away with it. Don't ask me what's happening. Because don't worry about that, because I will explain it to you. I'm going to explain to you what's happening in this scene. Okay, so here's what's happening in the scene, and I am going to explain it to you. Don't worry. So, essentially, hold on, let me get to the part in the script I'm looking at. Okay. So, basically, in this part of the script, they're in the forest, and they needed to stop for food because they're all hungry. And so, as a result, one of them hunts something. They get a chicken of the woods, chicken of the woods, except it's a chicken. And so they hunt that. They cooked it. Well, one of them tries to cook it. Her name's Turkey. She's a turkey tail mushroom. And she tries to cook it because she feels like as a woman she should have the skill of cooking because she is one of those like a tradwives types of person that has a certain idea of what womanhood is, and so she tries to cook it, but she doesn't actually know how to cook it because she doesn't have a husband. She doesn't feel the necessity to cook because she feels like a woman only needs to cook so that she makes a good wife. That's how she feels. That's not how I feel, but that's how she feels. And so as a result, she never taught herself cooking because she doesn't respect herself enough to like really value what she puts in her body on her own. And so since she doesn't know how to cook, she ends up burning it on accident the first time. And as a result is flustered because she lied about knowing how to cook, and it turned out she didn't know how to cook. And so then she gives it to one of the other people, and the other one cooks it, and that's where we're at right now. And she's kind of hot-headed at the moment. All right, that's where we are currently, and so that's why they're all sitting together and whatnot. And so we need to position it in a certain way. I'm also doing something that you're not supposed to do in comics. That is, there's no panels, but there is panels, but they kind of bleed together, kind of like a dreamlike kind of sequence, almost, you could go as far as to say. But that isn't necessarily intentional, but it is, but it isn't. I don't know how to necessarily describe what I'm doing and why I'm doing it, but I am doing it, and I'm doing it that way for purposes. Yes. Yes. But we need the background to match up with the perspective, at least a little bit. It doesn't need to match up that much, because we can just move it. It's just looking at the horizon line, because the whole the thing itself is kind of it doesn't really have that much perspective sort of situation going on in it. We just need to fill in the ground, and that's fine. You can do that easily, you know. But it's a kind of like a orthographic, you could say, in that it doesn't have perspective applied to it, and that makes it so it's much easier to apply it to whatever framing you have going on there. So that's like fine and shit, you know what I'm saying? Yes. That's cool. Anyways, in other news, I'm also drinking some G Fuel today. You know about this G Fuel? The G stands for gamer, just so you know. It's okay. It's okay. It's not, like, great. I mean, in my opinion, no, like, energy drink is necessarily great, because the importance of it, or the purpose of it, isn't necessarily to make a good tasting drink. It's instead to make one that that gives you the energy. And so that's mostly their focus. That's why a lot of them just by default taste really acidic. And sometimes some people describe it as battery acid. They don't describe G Fuel as battery acid though. But like they describe a lot of general like flavors of a lot of guys as battery acid, and that's fine. But not G Fuel. A lot of the time when people try to describe the flavor of G Fuel, they say, ouch, sorry, I'm in pain. They describe it as like candy. It tastes like candy of some kind, which is funny because they don't use any like they don't use sugar. They instead use like all sorts of like artificial sweeteners, I think. I honestly don't know what goes into G Fuel. I would like to know so that I can make it from scratch, not because I'm addicted to it, but because I want to know how they make it, because I like to know how they make it. Yeah, but it's fine. This specific flavor is supposed to be watermelon. I only say that because that's what it says on the box. It doesn't taste that much like watermelon. It tastes more like... I don't know. I don't know. It tastes like an artificial sweetener. But that's fine, because the main purpose of it is energy purposes. And as long as it's drinkable, it's fine. It's not carbonated. Thank the Lord. They do have carbonated versions, which I am not going to drink. If you put a gun to my head, I would drink it. But otherwise, I would not drink it. Because carbonation, it physically hurts. That's true. That's just true. I hate to say it, but it's true. It does, in fact, physically hurt. And that's fine. That's alright. Nothing wrong with that. No, I don't want that to stick out there, actually. Because that's going to be more grass, and I can have it stick out there, though. Make more grass come under it, please. There you go. Alright. And then the last one, I think the last one doesn't need it. We don't need it in the last one. Last one can be... What is your problem? Last one can be just a good old color. It'll probably actually be... I have reference images. It'll probably be that one. There you go. Because, and it might look weird right now because like, well, that kind of blends in with the values, doesn't it? Yes, it does, but that's because we haven't applied the shading yet, which will come later. And I know that must make you want to ask the question, why are you shading a comic? I am, yeah, you're right. I am doing that. Anyways, that's fine. We just need to add like logs and shit. Listen, if I don't, then I already have many pages where I have, and that will look very strange. If I went back and was deciding on how I would want to approach making the comics, would I still go back and shade it? I would have to think about it. I would have to think about it, because if you ask basically anyone who makes a lot of comics, if you ask them like, hey, I'm starting a new comic, should I shade it? Should I like shade all the individual panels? Then they'll probably tell you, what? No, what? Do not do that. That's what they'll say. They'll say, don't do that. Why are you even asking me that? Don't ever do that. Don't ever think about doing that. And here we are, and I am doing that. You're welcome. I'm doing that as well. And I guess a part of it is I like to do it. I would say shading is probably my favorite part of doing shit. Doing shit is my favorite part of it. Is shading, doing shit. That's my favorite one. Gotta be. It's gotta be. If not that, then all the other elements as well, because I like to draw. I like to draw. What can I say? I like drawing and shit. I like doing shit like that. You know, I'm shitting everywhere. You know, and like shit like that. But I don't know. Yeah, I guess here's the thing. I don't usually draw in black and white, and that's my problem. That's not a problem. But I usually don't. But if I got comfortable with using like halftones instead of shading, then that would probably be a big time saver. Halftones, you can do that easily if you do layer, add halftone, you can add a halftone. I'm not going to do that right now, but you know, you could. It's very easy and it looks good. Yes, it looks good. You could go as far as to say that. But I like it when there's colors in it. That's like cute and shit. Okay. We have the background design of this picture. Okay, well, I am going to add more grasses, but not right now. I'm going to add that later. Now we do the other one. This is when it first is on fire. You messed up! She messed it up with the kebabs. He said it wouldn't catch fire because you still have to hold it outside the fire. That's true. Because he wet it. He wet the stick. Because it makes it harder. Damp sticks are harder to set on fire than dry sticks. I'm just being real. I'm just keeping it real. Like, I'm just being honest with that. I have to be honest. I have to. Otherwise, I don't even want to talk about what would happen if I wasn't. Jesus Christ, you know what I'm saying? Anyways. Yeah, I will say one thing. If you are making a comic with backgrounds, and you're using and it's taking place in a forest, you can get away with copy and pasting backgrounds. It's called corner cutting, and you're supposed to do that in comics. If you don't do that, it's gonna kill you. That's what they say. If you don't do that, then I thought I was having a bloody nose for a second. If you don't do that, then it's gonna kill you. It's gonna kill you very quickly. So it's good to corner cut. But if it's taking place in like a city or somewhere with a lot of angles, which sounds sick as hell. Oh my god, that sounds so awesome. Then instead of drawing the backgrounds, you should probably 3D model them, and you could probably do in Blender. There's a lot of ways of doing 2D shading on a 3D model. Did you know about that? There's a lot of interesting ways of doing it, and if you need help with doing that, let me know and I'll tell you how to do it, and I'll actually show you how to do it too. I love doing that. Shut up, Blender. What the hell? Can we shut up, Blender? The amount of times that I'm messing with my... I have like a runny nose or something, but the amount of times I'm messing with my nose probably looks like I just got done doing a line of cocaine. I didn't do cocaine. I don't do cocaine. I'm just always like this. It's true. It's true. But that's fine. Maybe like something like this. You always want to cover up the corner cutting. You always want to cover it up. Honestly, because sometimes I do... I need to stop messing with my nose. If shit comes out, that's fine. Anyways, anytime I'm reading a comic and I like catch a glimpse of... Thank you for the follow... Why did it say that? Did I write that? You should do cocaine, sponsored by cocaine. If anyone wants to sponsor me. No qualms. I have no qualms with it. I could make it advertiser friendly and call it like baby aspirin or something. I could call it baby aspirin. It's for baby. And if your baby's... No, I'm not gonna... You know the one... Sorry, I just started thinking about that one... Okay, look. I have to talk about John Mulaney. I have to do it. I have to acknowledge John Mulaney, okay? I have to do it. But in one of his in one of his stand-up shows, I'm not going to mention what he's been up to recently because that is very sad. But in one of his stand-up things, he was talking about how when you... I think it was about college. When you go into college, you expect to like have a degree and all sorts of knowledge, but instead you come out with like a duffel bag full of baby aspirin or something. No. He said you would get more value from a duffel bag full of baby aspirin than you would an English degree. An English major degree. Which is funny. Because he says that... Because in that case, at least you have a duffel bag that you can use, as well as baby aspirin. So when your baby goes, "Ow, my head," he does that voice. When your baby goes, "Ow, my head," then you can, you know, grind it up on a mirror and let your baby snort it, and his headache will be gone. That's how he says that. And every time I get a headache, I think I hear John Mulaney in my brain saying, "Oh, my head." That's just true. All right, stop getting mad at me. No one's getting mad at you, dude. No. Yeah, it's true, though. It is true. I wouldn't mind getting sponsored by any nefarious substance. Just putting it out there, alright? But it's true, though. And please, as well. Honestly, I would... Okay. I wouldn't mind getting sponsored by anything. That's the truth of it. But the problem is... Wow, I really am having a runny nose. I don't know why. That's odd. But there's, like, a specific website where you can sign up for a stream sponsorship and they'll just give it to you. You know, like, you don't have to wait, because usually how it is with a lot of people is, or a lot of streamers, is they will get reached out to by, like, a chair brand, and the chair brand will say, "Hey, we love your streams, and we would love to send you a chair and pay you, like, $50, and you can review the chair, or assemble it on your stream," and, like, shit like that. And then they send you the chair, and you're sponsored by the chair. But they have to reach out to you first to do that. But there's this website. I think it's honestly built into Streamlabs. Hold on. It's called like Streamlabs sponsorships. Sponsorships. I remember hearing about it because... Yeah, my nose is running. That's crazy. I remember hearing about it through the Streamlabs thing. The thing. You know, the settings. If you go into, you know, streamlabs.com and how to apply for live sponsorships through Streamlabs. App Store, get tips to grow your channel with sponsors. But the problem with these is... Hold on, let me make sure this isn't secretly like a porn gore website that gives you a virus as soon as you open it and spams you with like goatc.cx as soon as you open it. I don't want that to happen. So I need to open it in a different tab, so that happens in a different tab. If it starts playing moaning noises, I'm done. I'm done. My head's getting cut off. Well, this doesn't tell me much. Unlock Discord Nitro with Streamlabs. Not doing that. Just not doing it. Anyways, I'm not gonna... Wait. Pillar. Land brand deals to earn revenue promoting your stream. Is this it? Land brand... Today, Streamlabs, a leading provider of lead stream brand of Logitech, is announcing its partnership with Pillar, formerly known as Athlane, on the Streamlabs App Store. Okay. Pillar is where this is gonna be a big butthole and shit. Pillar is where streamers land brand deals from thousands of top sponsorships to own revenue promoting the products they already love. Already love it. Wait, this is new. Register your email. Customize your shop. Alright, I'm not gonna do that, but that's good to know that that exists for someone who wants to do that. But here's the problem with a lot of those brand deals. A lot of them aren't just like, talk about it briefly, you know, talk about our thing. No, a lot of it is like, we want you to edit your entire, include this area selection I did. We want you to edit your entire Streamlabs, like, layout to integrate our brand into it. Or in some cases, we want you to just, like, use a custom-made layout that we will give to you. That's what they do. Which is, oops, hold on. And that's kind of stinks, because like one specific sponsor was like, if you've been on Instagram, you've probably seen it. It's like an app for one of those like conquest sort of like mobile games where you like moderate your like village of ants. You have an ant colony. It's called like Ant Colony. I don't know what it's called, but it's something like that. It's a mobile game, and you can get sponsored by them on this like Streamlabs thing. But in order for you to get sponsored by them, you have to use their specific like layout, which is, it's like this ugly layout that has a bunch of ants all around it and takes up a good lot of your stream, and there's a big button that says download for free on the App Store, and it's like, I'm not doing that. Even if you pay me $45, I'm not doing that. I love $45, but I'm not doing that. But it's tempting, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just not going to do that. And it would be awesome if you just didn't, if that's just not how it was. Like, that would be awesome. Because here's the thing. I had this idea at one point. Because sometimes I'll have these moments where I'm like, ooh, I should be a streamer that specifically focuses on, like, this niche. You know, like, there was a time where I wanted to do, like, baking streams primarily. Which would be sick, by the way. That would be sick. And I still do want to do baking streams sometimes, but not primarily. But I was thinking, what if I do these things where I get sponsorships, and for the sponsors, I bake like a cake in the shape of something from like the mobile game or their product or whatever, because that's kind of a fun way of integrating a sponsorship, because then it's like, it doesn't really matter what the sponsor is. Like, that doesn't matter, because either way, you're seeing me make a cake that's shaped like an ant. That's awesome. Or a chair, or whatever, you know? Like, that's just cool, because you get to see the process still, and it gives me something to do, and oh my god, my nose is running like crazy. At least it's not a nosebleed. If my nose started bleeding, I definitely would not be beating the cocaine allegations. I don't do cocaine, but I wouldn't mind it. I wouldn't mind doing it. But not on stream. Sounds like a lovely idea, right? But the problem is, they don't accept that. They say no. Either you use our layout that we give you for your stream, or you just don't get the sponsor money. Sorry, you can do that, but we won't sponsor you if you do that. But it's like, come on, wouldn't that be cool? You know, but I guess that's not within their brand. I guess that's the main thing. But another thing is, like, what if, like, I feel like that's better than someone just having the layout and streaming normally. I mean, some of the brand deals say like, oh well, you also have to be playing our mobile game, and you have to use the custom layout that we give you, and you have to be talking about it, and no swearing as well. But it's like, do they watch the entire stream? The entire branded stream? The woes of capitalism, forever the killer of creativity. That's true. That's kind of true. It's kind of true. It is kind of true. Yes. It is kind of true. It's kind of true. That is the thing. It's like kind of. But like here's another thing. Like, I don't think they watch the entire stream. If you stream for like 6 hours, you could halfway through say like the most heinous things without cursing, and will they know? At that point, why even involve the streamer? Yeah, because like, who's gonna watch that? Who's gonna watch that? I guess it's well, yeah. I mean, yeah. The main thing is like they don't really know. Like, these are people who graduated sales school. All right. Not that there's anything wrong with going to college, but I mean, you know, the baby duffel bag, the baby duffel. At least you get like baby aspirin with a duffel bag instead of getting an English degree. You know, it's kind of like that. All right, where it's like if you get a marketing degree, you're getting taught marketing strategies from like at least minimum of 20 years ago, because they don't change up the curriculum much for those. And a lot of the times the professors that teach them, there's a reason they're professors and not marketers. They're not hired by companies. They're hired by, you know, the school. Not that there's anything wrong with being a professor, but like, what does a professor know about marketing? They're a professor, not a marketer, you know? Like, if they were a marketing genius, then they would be hired by companies. And sometimes they use ex-marketers as, like, professors and whatnot, which I guess that's cool, but at the same time, like, if you ask the average marketer to break down marketing for you, they're not going to know what the hell to do. Because a lot of the time, a majority of marketers just don't know. They don't know. They don't know. Because they don't know. Some of them do, but a lot of them don't. And that's why a majority of, like, tech startups fail. It's because a majority of the time, the people that are doing their jobs don't know what they're doing, you know? But it's like, that's the kind of person that is also managing the ad sponsorships for the sponsorships on Streamlabs or whatever. You know, like, they don't know. Because, like, the kinds of person who look at, like, a streamer and go, oh shit, we should get, like, a partnership of, like, an advertising deal. We can sponsor their work, which is like, I don't have the numbers, but like, my brother who works in marketing does, and he can attest to the fact that like brand deals with influencers, not the best way of getting like brand awareness, because people don't care. People don't care. I don't care. If I heard like as soon as I hear someone start being like, and this video is sponsored by, I'm not even gonna hear it. I'm just gonna hit the forward button on my keyboard. I don't want to hear it. I don't give a shit. You know. Okay, maybe if I'm tabbed into one of those games where as soon as you tab out of it, it breaks, then okay, fine. I guess I have to listen to it. But at that point, I'm so distracted by the fact that it's like, oh my god, dude. A sponsorship at the beginning of the video? Are you serious? But it's like, I don't blame the YouTuber, obviously, because if I was getting brand deals, yeah, obviously, they're gonna pay me $100 at minimum. Yeah, I'm gonna say some words for $100. What the hell? Hashtag sponsor block forever. Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, they have like, wait, don't they have a thing for that? You know, it's funny. I saw like some kind of like YouTube sponsorship situation where I think it was, okay, I'm not gonna say the company name because then I would basically be sponsoring them, but like there was a specific one where it was a sponsor block and the YouTuber started out by saying like, aren't you sick of these online ads? And then they segued into their online ad, which is like, that's funny. I mean, I'm sure that was intentional. It's like, isn't that funny? Yeah, that's funny that you said that. That's hilarious, and I'm laughing very hard right now. You know, but it's like, that's silly. That's like silly and shit too. But I'm not gonna say what the company name was, but I will say that the company name was memorable because it was simple, and not in the way where it's like gloop or poop shit or whatever. You know how startup names usually are. But it was like, yeah. Fine, I'll say it. It's called Taco, alright? I'll say it. And I remember that because there's a restaurant that I've been to called Taco as well, except Taco, it's spelled the same way as the company, alright? That's all I'm gonna say. And it's funny because it's like hipster spelling, alright? That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna say anything else about it. I haven't tried it, but I do hear it's free, and I think they have a thing. I'm not sponsored by them, but I think they have a thing where like if you do watch the ads, they pay you to watch them. Okay, fine. I'm gonna look into it. Taco sponsorship blocker. I need the... I just want to... Man, my nose is running like crazy. What the hell? Sponsor block. Oh, that is what it's called. Yeah, but like, there's one called Taco, isn't it? Called Taco? Why is my nose running so bad? Oh, is it because of my humidifier? It might be because of my humidifier. Hold on. Alright. Now I will... I'm not doing cocaine anymore, I guess you could say. I was never doing cocaine. I was never doing it. Alright. Anyways, it was called Taco, and it's not showing up. It's just not showing up. Oops. Sorry, I just caused an entire earthquake. That's fine. Yeah, I guess it just doesn't exist, and I just completely made it up. That's fine. No, probably if I go back and look for the sponsorship, then I'll find it, because I know what video it was on, but I'm not going to tell you that, because I'm not sponsored by them, and I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit, okay? I give a little bit. I give a little bit of a shit, but that's besides the point. Either way, though, I mean, like, I honestly wish that Twitch sponsorships worked similarly to YouTube sponsorships, because it's like, yeah, it's kind of annoying how, you know, there will be like a 30-second ad or whatever, but at the same time, you know, I don't fault the YouTube people for that. I fault the sponsorers, you know, because here's another thing. Even if they accept, like, sponsorship deals by, like, you know, like BetterHelp, or, what was it called, established titles, you know, like those, the two of the shadiest brands to accept stuff with that are basically just scams, excuse me, it's honestly kind of hard for me to blame the YouTuber for getting the sponsorship by one of those companies, because it's like, if it wasn't that, it would be some other, like, really mediocre company that just barely does what it claims to do. You know, like Air Up, for instance, where it's like, yeah, it's like scent-based taste or whatever, but it tastes terrible. It tastes like garbage, you know? Like, stuff like that, where it's like, it works, theoretically, you know? Like the Raycon earbuds, it works. It works fine, I guess. It's just kind of cheap and kind of garbage, you know? And it's like, either way, I don't really care, because it's like, if you're someone whose main job is YouTube, like, if I was a successful YouTuber, or, like, not successful, if I was, like, a mid-tier kind of, in terms of success YouTuber, and I was offered a brand deal, and they were like, yeah, we'll pay you $450 for you to say, like, 30 seconds of words. Really? Okay. Sure, yeah. Yeah, alright. What the hell? Yeah, and maybe it's because, like, I'm a greedy little slut, you could say. Maybe it's because of that. But, like, if someone was giving me money for me to say, like, 30 seconds of words, I would be very like, it would have to be, for me to not accept the sponsorship, it would have to be like, oh yeah, you have to say words for, like, maybe a 2-minute ad for our company that sells landmines to children. Like, that would have to be like, okay, if it had to be a 2-minute ad, I would probably haggle for any company, because then at that point it's like, what percentage of my video is going to be ads, you know? Because at that point that's unfortunate, you know. But if it's for, like, oh yeah, we like tell people that, like, if it, like, BetterHelp, I guess, which, like, technically works, but doesn't work that well, from my understanding of it. I remember I watched a video on, like, how it's secretly, like, kind of dumb and sucks a lot, but I completely forgot a majority of it. I mean, I know established titles itself is, like, a scam, but I'm not sure what about BetterHelp, other than it's, like, volunteers who aren't very good at being therapists, and they say they're licensed, but it's like a fake license, I think. Is that what it was? I forgot. But it's like theoretically it still works. Like, it's not good, but it still works. And another thing is, like, if it's a company where the general consensus is it's a trash company, then it's like, it's gonna be pretty tempting not to accept the offer. Or it's gonna be pretty tempting to accept the offer, because it's like, if everyone already knows it's trash, then, like, they'll be able to tell that, like, I'm just doing it because I really need to pay for rent this month, right? You know, or like I really need it for my grocery bill. Like people will be able to tell, right? Because like otherwise I wouldn't be making this $450, which I need to pay for rent. Like, do people know that, right? You know, like, I mean, times are tight. I don't blame someone for taking a BetterHelp sponsorship, and it's like, it would be pretty tempting to take one if I was offered one, especially if it's like $1,000. Some people get paid $1,000 for sponsorships, which is crazy. But please, I would not mind that. I wouldn't mind that, because then I could save up for a house. And I would like a house. That'd be very nice. You know, but it's... I know that would take a while to save up for. But, you know, it's like, you know, you get it. You get it, you know. It's like times are tight right now. It's especially the job market. Oh, my God. You know, and it's like if you're going to accept a sponsorship, oh, my God. You know, I guess another thing is like those stream... My nose is still running. Those Streamlabs sponsorship things, they don't pay that well. They pay like $45 for... and like... for 6 hours worth of sponsorships, which is that's busted. Like, that's just busted, dude. I mean, I know that there's like some that claim, like, I remember seeing one that was like, it was like a Marvel mobile game of some kind, and it said like, oh yeah, you can earn a total of $150, which was like the highest that anyone would pay you on that website. And then I thought, oh really, what do you have to do? And they said you just have to have the stream layout, you have to play the mobile game on your stream, and you have to have 45 people get to this, like, this late in the game, using the link that you put in your description. And then at that point, it's like, what? They're like, for every 30 people that use the link, you get paid $50. But you don't get paid you don't get paid like anything if it's just 1 or 2 people who click the link. And so it's like, it seems like a scam. It seems like a scam. It seems kind of like a scam. Just keeping it real. It seems kind of like a scam. But I mean, it's not necessarily a scam because theoretically it still does work, but it's like at the same time, like, come on, man. Come on. You can fork up a little bit more. You're like a Marvel mobile game. But at the same time, I understand it's probably nobody's playing that game, and they want more people to look at it, and, you know, and the sponsorship money probably comes from, like, the AdSense that they get on their mobile games, which, I mean, yeah, I guess so. If it works, it works. But, I mean, like, yeah, I guess there's a reason why non-mobile app sponsorships look for YouTubers instead of streamers. I mean, it's because, like, streamers known to play game, they play game, and yeah, they're known to play game, you know, whereas Let's Play videos, there's much less of a market there than there is, I guess, Let's Play streamers, right? Is that true? I don't know. There's an oversaturation of both, but one is more on average more successful than, well, actually, you know what, I don't know, I'm full of shit, I don't know about that, I don't know about the statistics, alright? You have to ask me later when I do know the statistics, and I'll get back to you. Yes, it's true, but, yeah, I am so tempted to just go onto that website again, but I need to finish this, but I need to look at the website, but I don't need to look at the website, I don't need to do that. I'll do that eventually. I'll do it eventually. Hold on. If I log in front of you, you're all gonna see my password and instantly type it in. And I don't want you to do that. I don't want you to do that. Is that okay? I don't want you to do that. Hold on. I just need to log in. Can I do that? I need to log in. Log in with Twitch. Real quick. It takes 5 seconds, alright? But I do need to see, I need to look at it. And I need to show it to you so you know I'm not lying. Not that you think that I'm lying. But if you did, then I would have to show you in order to prove that it is in fact real. And I'm not just making shit up. But also I need to see what kind of sponsorships that they're doing right now. Not that I'm gonna take any, but they might have some that's interesting. I don't know. Maybe they changed the culture of it, because it's been at least 2 years since I saw it. It's been at least 1.5 years since I looked at it. All right, and so maybe there'll be one that's interesting. Okay. Tipping, custom website, multi-stream. I'm not gonna do multi-stream. I'm not gonna stream on TikTok. Stop. That does make sense that that's an option, because I did hear somebody say, like, it's very strange that people are streaming on TikTok with, like, the aspect ratio of Twitch streams. That makes sense. You can do multi-stream and stream on TikTok, but you can't stream on YouTube anymore. Curious. Anyway, search Streamlabs sponsor banner settings? Would it be there? Learn some basics with this quick tutorial. I don't want to watch a tutorial. Copy widget URL. No, I'm not gonna do that. If I show that to you, then it said it should not be shared with other users. I can't show you that. I just can't do that. Stream labels. Yeah, where do you hold on. Hold on. What? No, don't look at it. Oh, where can you find Streamlabs sponsor? Actually, I'll just look up Streamlabs sponsorship deals. Does that work? I spelled all of those words wrong. Pillar. They said that earlier. Sponsor 5 tips to help you apply for live streaming. How to apply for live streaming sponsorships? Yes. How do you apply for that? And also, what kind of sponsorships is it? How to apply for live streaming sponsorships? Yes. Start small. Great opportunity to build your credibility. Just a lie. That's just a lie. It's not gonna build your credibility if every stream you have one sponsorship. No, that's not, what? Oh, I guess for sponsors. All right. Build your brand. Nope. Collaborate. Build relationships. Network. No. Find something you genuinely care about. Shoot your shot. Don't be afraid to reach out to companies you care about. Oh, that's embarrassing. That's just embarrassing. Enjoy higher merch profit margins with Ultra. Right. How to write a sponsorship email? No. Streamlabs App Store. Streaming. Monetization. Charity. Is it in mental health? Oh, Streamlabs with their sponsorship of BetterHelp. That makes sense. No, they don't have that. That would be interesting if they did. Wait. Help Center. Charity. Podcast editors submitted to take a university? Come on, guys. Get out of here. Platforms. Kick? I guess they stream on Kick as well. Fine, I'll check monetization. I'll check there. I'm almost done. How to make money as a VTuber. Thank you. How to set up an Instagram. How to get started. Thank you. Yeah. My time is limited on this website. Sponsorship. I can't. Nope, it's not here. Is it up here? No, it's not up here. None of it is here. Is it anywhere else? The ultimate resource. Sponsorship. Sponsor. How to get sponsored on Twitch. Hurry, the timer's go. How to get sponsored on Twitch before approaching a brand for. I'm not approaching anyone. How to find Twitch sponsorship opportunities. You guys used to have a page for that. Pitch email. Sponsorship platforms. Hello Gamers. Power Spike in our app store. Is that? What do you mean? What is that? What do you mean by that? Power Spike? What does that mean? What is this? Where are we? Is this an NFTs store? What the hell? TikTok friendly. What am I looking at here? Oh, okay, they're layouts for your stream. No, I'm not. It's not what I'm looking for. Pillar. Hello Gamers. Gamers, listen up. This sponsorship platform was made just for you. Okay. Oops. Chat with our Twitch streamers. I'm not doing that. I don't want to do that. Pillar. Fine. I'll look at it very, very quickly, and then I'm closing this. I can't look at it anymore. My time is running out. Stream overlays. Again with this. Wait. Pillar provides all the tools you need. Exclusive brand deals. Portal, like, to companies like Lenovo, Samsung, Chewy, Death Wish, Coffee. What is that? Okay. Sign up through Streamlabs today and land your next sponsor. Boom! Why did they put that? Why did they put an explosion here? That's that seems like dangerous. We used to be called Athline. Now we go by Pillar. That's the sound of the marble dropping. Don't look at me like that. We used to call what's new? Completely revamped page builder interface. Updated theme builder with tons of new themes. Okay. Okay. Maybe they just stopped doing it because people started saying, hey, this is stupid shit, and nobody started using it. Or the people who did use it lost their entire following because they kept using it and people kept calling them, like, gay or something. I don't know. That's what gamers do, right? You know, it's funny how much of gamers has not changed for the past, like, 20 years. For the past 20 years. Because, like, I saw I love when a product page does not describe what the F the product is at all. Super helpful. You know, it's a brand. We're a family, and here we used to be called this, and our main appeal is helping connect people together, and so everyone we can turn you into an entrepreneur, make money from your business, and start a side hustle. They didn't tell us what they were doing, but. That actually reminds me to do exactly the same thing that I was going to say. I saw the Game Awards. You know about the Game Awards? Hugely disappointing. No awards went to Half-Life 3. I don't play a lot of modern games. I play the same 4 games. That's it. If you're gonna ask me to play another game, you'll have to pay me. You'll have to sponsor me. Sorry. But in the Game Awards, I was watching it while I was live on YouTube with a friend, and when we were watching it, the chat, I made the mistake of opening the chat for like a few seconds, and when I opened it, oh my god, oh my god. Like, have you seen the website that's like, is the game woke? Fine, I'll show it to you. Is the game woke website. It's like a joke website made by a jokester, and it like puts like I mean, like, you can see it like shows all the newest releases, and it says if they're woke or not, and it'll just say contains overtly anti-free speech and subtly pro-communism messaging. Terms and phrases deemed politically incorrect by the CCP are censored in game. Like, that's, yeah, okay, so it's like stuff like that. It's like a joke, but also it's like genuinely what people would say. I mean, House Flipper 2 is deemed woke because it contains overtly pro-LGBTQ plus messaging, pronoun selection, including an option for they, them. Uh-oh. You know, and it's like, this is what the Game Awards on YouTube, that's what their entire chat was full of. It was like dudes that are like, oh great, another DEI game, which DEI, if you're not familiar, diversity, equity, and inclusion, which was like, I think that was like a United States like law or something that they passed. I have no idea where it comes from, but I know that that's something that they say anytime that there's a black or gay character, or even a woman. Yeah, even just like a woman in it, which is, that's an insane thing to say, considering that's like half the population. This hospital has a lot of overly DEI messaging, considering I was just birthed out of a woman. Like, what the hell, man? Get the hell out of here. You know, but it's like stupid shit. And they were saying, it's insane, like, anytime there was, like, even like just a non-white person in general. Could be like an Asian person, and they'll be like, DEI game. Where am I? What? Where am I? Where do they think the Game Awards is taking place? Because it's not taking place in, like, any country that has, like, only one nationality within it. Or only one ethnicity or race. Like, do they know the United States, where the Game Awards is taking place, is, like, constantly called the melting pot? Not because of DEI, but just because that's what happens when you're an imperial force that takes over a bunch of countries. That's just what happens. I hate to say it, but that's just what happens. Like, that's what... What? As well as, like, being, like, extremely economically successful and whatnot, and having your dollar be worth more than like any other currency in the entire world. That might not be true. It's definitely up there though, but it's like that's just what happens, man. I'm sorry that there's gonna be other ethnicities in your game. I'm sorry. Like, what do you want me to say? But like, it was crazy because that was it. I mean, every now and then I would see someone be like, "Oh, when's Half-Life 3 gonna be announced?" Which is like, that's funny, and I'd prefer they say that over like, "Oh, this game's too woke," because I'm sick and tired of hearing people say that. All right, like, because anytime I hear it, like, it just a little bit of me gets a little sad because it's like, that's what the Black Panthers used to say, but like not in the same. They used to use it as in like you know about like institutional racism. Like that's what it used to mean. Sigh, if only women were real. Too bad they are collective fragments of everyone's imagination. That's what that's what these. Well, yeah. I mean, honestly. Yeah, I guess I'm trying to think about where they would actually come from, like saying like, okay, no, you know what it is? In like, I remember reading what it was like Call of Duty. Yeah, here contains subtly pro DEI messaging. Female player character option in multiplayer. The minor NPC Kyra Mosley is a female astronaut seen carrying a submachine gun. It really is like features an improbably large amount of a large number of female special operators. That's really what it comes down to. Like, also Call of Duty slightly woke. That's like military propaganda. That's insane. But I mean, it is a joke website, obviously. But like, I wonder if like the DEI guys like think this or agree with this website. I don't know, but it's like funny how many. Also, why does Call of Duty Warzone have pride flags? Like, not saying that like, oh, that's woke, but it's like, why does the military propaganda have? That's odd. That's kind of strange, but like, either way, it's like that's what it is. Like, it's like unrealistic how many females there are, you know? I need to see where Rain World is. Oh yeah, let's check that. I don't know I don't know how many indie titles they have here, because it's mostly a lot of like big ones, but probably Rain World, right? That's Rim World. Is there no space? Pal World. They don't have Rain World. Okay. I guess, huh. They have Rim World. I have no idea what Rim World is. Is it Rain World, but more like sexually explicit? Because I'm not gonna make a joke about rimming. Why would I do that? But yeah, I guess no Rain World on there. I guess too small. Wait, what indie titles do they have? If they don't have Rain World, they have Super Bernie World. What is that? Why do they have Super Bernie World, but they don't have Rain World? What? Contains overtly pro-socialism. Get the hell out of here. Okay, if they don't have Rain World, do they have, like, Hollow Knight? Okay, they do. I guess Hollow Knight is bigger than Rain World. Slightly woke. Contains solely pro-LGBTQ message. Is it because the knight is non-binary? The NPC Cloth, with the one with the bag head, is revealed to be a lesbian. Hell yes. I didn't even know that. An achievement called Happy Couple involves the nailsmith becoming a male model for the NPC Sheo. Wait. I didn't know that. That's fun. That's cute. But also, I think there's also, like, a side quest where you have to, like, reunite two lesbians, I think. One is, like, an old tree, and another is, like, someone dying on a bench. Is that true? It's been a while since I played Hollow Knight, but... yeah, I don't know what they would say about... You know, they would probably get mad at Rain World. They would say it's, like, overly pro-DEI messaging because there is, because the robots are, like, Buddhist coded or something. I don't know. I don't know. Well, because, you know, like, the elements of, like, the karmic cycle and, like, they wear, like, the robes. I don't know what it's called, but you know, that would probably be why it's like marked down, if at all. But also, I don't know. They're not usually good at, I don't know. Are karmic sigils woke? It's more so you're giving a gift to one of the lesbians' graves. That's right. That's what it is. It's a very sweet moment. Yeah, no, it's a wonderful moment, and it's a great game, and it's woke. Well, it's slightly woke, I guess. Yeah, maybe it's slightly woke because they're bugs, and so therefore they're like, it's less, you know? Like, if it's smaller, then it's less woke, you know? They should have also marked it down for the, what's his name? For the Grimm, the guy, for that guy looking like he was either inspired by or inspired VivziePop designs. And so they could have marked it down for that. As in woke because it inspired VivziePop, you could say. Or VivziePop was inspired. I don't know. I'm just saying that because he had the... and was skinny. I don't know. That's, you know, I don't know. I don't know. Don't ask me. I'm getting pissed. I'm not getting pissed though. But it's like, yeah, it's pretty crazy. That is like all that was going on in the Game Awards chat. Anyone who would ever like try to put like the like Twitch emotes, they have like something similarly to that on YouTube Live, where it's like a hand heart with a little heart that has like a like trans flag or gay flag or whatever. Whenever people would put that, people would reply to that message and say like, ugh, bleh, like barfing emoji and shit. And it's like, dude, grow the hell up. Grow up. I know you're a gamer, but grow up, you know? Vivzie's designs wish they had his sweat. It is true. It is true. Grim Hollow Knight. He is a good looking guy. In terms of the design. And it's a good guy, and it's cool. And look, something I appreciate about, so he's pole dancing. Okay. Something I appreciate about this character that I don't appreciate about VivziePop characters ever, and I'm gonna continue to talk about this until the day that I die. If you look up the names of any demons from the Lesser Key of Solomon or the Ars Gotia, from like, you know, like medieval French like books about demon, like about demons, like for instance the demon Stolos. Can you imagine what you get as a result? This isn't Lemegeton. What the hell? This is like what? Who is this? Who's this? Hell of a boss. I don't give a shit about that. That's not the Ars Gotia. Excuse me. You know, or let's look up someone else. Let's look at, I don't want this to be on my screen too much because then the thumbnail is going to change it. People are going to think that I'm like that I'm drooling or something. I don't know. What's the other one? Do they have a character called for Balfagor? How do you spell his name? No, it's with an F, right? I forgot how to spell Balfagor. Balfagor. Okay. Do they have one for this guy? Wait. Oh, no. They don't have one in the show, but don't worry. Someone made an OC of him. Dude! He doesn't look like that. He looks like this. What the hell? Interesting. But also there's like, I mean, that's not just like a problem with like VivziePop stuff. Look, it's not, I'm not gonna blame VivziePop for that, but also I kind of will because, come on, man. 'Tis the curse of newer media becoming more searched for than its counterpart. Yes, it's true. But it's also like, come on, guys. Don't you want to read the Ars Gotia? Who doesn't want to read the Lesser Key of Solomon? Don't they want to read the Lesser Key of Solomon? Yeah. Yeah. It's true, but I mean, honestly, it's not just the fault of, like, VivziePop. That is just what happens in a lot of newer media. I honestly wish it was just more of a thing where cataloging, like, fan content was more like you would search the name and then the media it's from. Because, like, well, Okay, here's another thing. If you look up Stolas, Lesser Key of Solomon, do we only get Stolas, Lesser Key of Solomon? Yeah. Good. Honestly, there was a point in time... Okay. Shut up. Shut the hell up. I don't want to hear about that. Come on, man. Get the hell out of here. No. Don't. No, you can't say that. You can't say that without having read... In the Lesser Key of Solomon, Stolas is just a Gosha prince and then they probably go on to say he rules Legion. Yeah, it's called the Lesser Key for a reason. It has the lesser amount of details on the demon, bro. Read the Ars Gosha. Like, read the complete list of demons, and also, like, read all of people's oh, it was up here, too. Like, read people's, talking about their experiences invoking him. Not to say that there's, like, more credibility or anything about that, it's all hazy and, like, up in the air and whatnot, but it's like, you can't say that someone's world building is, like, better than the original when you don't know the original. Come on, man. Demonology is incredibly interesting to research once you really get into it. Honestly, yeah, and it's, like, there's a bunch of, like stuff from like medieval France and shit like that, where it's like paranoid Catholics talking about like, oh my god, I was visited by this demon, and like shit like that, as well as people in the modern day still like worshiping these like demons and whatever, and talking about their experiences invoking them. And there's like an entire like lore behind that as well that Vivzy Pop doesn't know, obviously, because, whatever. And it's like, that's fine, but also, shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Look, I'm just mad because I'm just mad. I'm just mad. But it's also like, come on, man. Like, come on. Don't you want to read the Ars Gosha a little bit? But they do say not to use the Ars Gosha as like a guide for evocation, not to be confused with invocation, which is when you like beckon the spirit into your body, which is like inviting them to possess you, basically. Not to say that possessions are even really a thing at all, but like basically what the lore says is that, if possessions are a thing, then it has to be something that you beckon, or it's the result of like a failed conjuration, or conjuring in a way that lacks intentionality. Like they say, oh yeah, if you're gonna evoke a demon, you have to do it with intention, otherwise they can possess you, or they can suck the positive energy out of you. Which is funny that they say that, because if you ever ask them to define energy, then they'll say, if you buy my online course, then I get into it a lot more on there. And you can book a call with me as well, so I can help you with your process of evocation. It's funny I mentioned that, because I was talking earlier about like the whole grifting thing with Kindle Direct Publishing, but it's like people do that with demonology too. I mean, they like Kindle Direct publish like their own self-written book about like their invocation experience or evocation experience, which is like, I mean, not gonna say it's not real, because some of it probably is, but some of it, I mean, the main thing is like, how many of it is people reading other people's accounts of like evoking specific demons and then just rewriting that word for word, or not word for word, but like with some of the words changed, because it's like, it's very easy to do that sort of thing. I imagine. I don't do it myself, but, and it's a shame anytime you try to get, like, details on specific demons, like, for instance, Boon, the demon Boon, or Bune, or Bune, I don't know how to say it. Like, that specific demon, as well as, like, some other ones that I forgot the names of, are known for helping you monetarily. And it's really a shame that people have used the fact that right now a lot of people are not doing well, like, monetarily, and they've used that as like, do you need some money? Well, a year ago I was in your exact same predicament, but then I looked into evoking demons. Now, I know how scary that must sound, but turns out they're actually pretty good financial advisors. And I wouldn't recommend anyone trying to summon a demon on their own if they have no experience, but lucky for you, I have quite a bit of experience working with this specific demon, and it's because of this demon that I have all this. And then they show you a big wad of like cash that they have in movies, the fake stuff, and then they say, and if you want to have this amount of financial freedom that I do, then buy my course. And you can book a call with me, too. A personal call where I'll advise you on how to strike up a deal with this demon. And it's like, dude, you can read the books for free. They're in the public domain right now. You can just read them for free. But the reason why, like, all of those, like, online courses are so appealing to people is because when they summon these demons, doing everything right in terms of like how it's described online by self-described witches and whatnot, it doesn't usually work because and this is kind of mean, but just keeping it real as someone who's tried literally all of it, it doesn't work because if you read like a lot of the descriptions of what's supposed to happen, it's pretty clear a lot of it is like the result of like a mixture of daydreaming and focusing on a specific concept, but not being able to recognize that it's not an actual thing that's actually happening, Because it's like, here, let me describe what you're supposed to do in an evocation ritual. So, essentially, you light some candles, get some ambiance, turn off all of your lights, make sure it's really dark, and if you do have lights, make sure it's red lighting, because demons love red lighting, and make sure it's as dark as possible. Be naked, too. They love it when you're naked. The less things that can influence, like, your energy or prevent you from connecting with them, the better. So if you're naked, draw out their sigil on the floor, whether that's in chalk or print it out or whatever, include a salt circle around it, light some sage, stuff like that. And it's like, okay, first of all, the way you're setting this up, you're setting up the scene for a demonic ritual or a cult ritual in a movie, all right? That's important. Keep that in mind. Because the next step is sit on the circle. Meditate. Say, chant the demon's name over and over again. And say that you call upon them. And the more, like, confident your tone is, the better. And as you say that, imagine in your head an area that you want to welcome them into. In your head. While your eyes are closed. And then, while you sit there for, like, a long time, eventually you're gonna feel a breeze or a cold spot or someone like breathing on you or someone like touching you or anything because of the lack of physical stimulation while your eyes are closed. Lack of any stimulation. You might hear a whisper in the distance. Maybe something will clang or the house will settle or make some sort of noise, and then you'll think, oh my god, that's them. That's the demon that I've been chanting the name of for the last 30 minutes, and you already have all of this like setting and whatnot, and you're imagining it in your head, and then since you're just waiting for them to walk in, you see them in your head walking in exactly how, like, based on all the pictures that you've been looking at all day, they come in and then they sit down, have a conversation with you, and then you like make your offer known. And also, by the way, in all of the like stuff that's written about how to evoke demons, it's always written what their personality is like, so that you get a good idea of it. Which I know what that is supposed to mean, like in practice, or you're supposed to look for it so that you can determine whether it's the actual demon or a different demon disguised as the demon you're trying to evoke. But it's like, it's like either way, you see them acting the same way they're characterized as acting. I mean, it's the same. It's like the same as like the human mind, as we all know, is very like powerful. You're able to conjure like pictures very quickly. If you are watching a show or reading a book, and you know what the character sounds like, you know what the character talks like, you know what they do, how they act, and stuff like that, then
if you daydream of them, you're going to get a pretty good picture of them going on in your mind, you know? And it's like no different with demons. And so then what, like, while you're having them act that certain way and you're making the deal with them in your mind, then you're supposed to say, and then it is done. And then you're supposed to get up and then clean up the mess you made on the floor. And then usually what happens is the deal that you made, well, you make the offerings for it. Sometimes that means, like, stuff you have around the house. It depends on how much you're willing to dedicate to it. But that's the thing. If you're willing to dedicate a lot to getting this, to getting this goal done, with the the demon that you summoned or whatever, then chances are you're also doing other stuff, and you're also willing to do other stuff to get this goal to be done. That might mean, like, if you're trying to get a job, you're also going to be doing, like, getting a lot of job applications done in the background, you know? Or if you want to have a lot of money, you're also probably looking at different side hustles you could do, or whatever. Like, these are all things that you're gonna get sooner or later. And the fact that you're dedicating so much energy to getting a demon to help out with that, I mean, that's a good, like, indicator that you're just willing to put a lot of energy into this. Which, I mean, chances are you're gonna get it eventually, you know? Demons help or not, you know? And so, but the thing is, because, like, a lot of this has to do, like, the whole meditation thing, that's putting you in, like, a dissociative state. And when you're in a dissociative state, you're very easily, like, all of your senses are dulled to the point where it might feel like other things are happening than are really happening. Like, since you're dissociated, it might feel like instead of your hair is standing on end, or instead of getting goosebumps, you might feel like someone's, like, running their hand along your arm, you know? But it's like, that's not really what's happening. You're putting yourself in a dissociative state so you can convince yourself that you're making a deal with a devil. But you're not. I'm sorry to say, but you're not, you know? And it's like, you can try, but, like, that's why courses are so, like, tempting for people, because even if you do it all right, if you're immune to that sort of, like, fantastical thinking, then eventually you're gonna notice, like, hey, nothing's happening. Even if you aren't immune to it. You know, like, even if you're not immune to it and you fully believe in it, and it's not happening, then it's like, what am I doing wrong? I thought I did everything right. What am I doing wrong? I have aphantasia, bro. I wish this shit worked on me. Sounds fun. I mean, honestly, there's I feel like I saw at some point someone talking about, like, aphantasia, like, summoning a demon while you have aphantasia. It was like, close your eyes, don't necessarily imagine it, but, like, talk to them as if they're there. Which, I mean, yeah, I guess it depends on the kind of aphantasia you have, how much that would work. But, like, some people, I remember seeing someone say, like, I have aphantasia, and I'm still able to imagine like this area that I'm able to go to with the demon, and I still see them perfectly clear, which is proof in and of itself that it is in fact real. And it's like, I mean, what kind of aphantasia do you have? And also, that's not really proof, because it's all still happening in your brain, bro. Like, that's not, like, your brain can still do, you still have a working brain, and even if you're not able to picture stuff, you're still, like, thinking. Something's still going on there. And it's like, I mean, at that point, then the question is raised, like, how do you define real or not? You know? And it's like, I mean, like, I don't know. I don't know, but it's like, is it measurable? No. That's really the main thing. But I mean, obviously, if someone's just doing it to, like, have a good time, then, like, why the hell not? You know, play with a Ouija board. Why not? You know, play with a Ouija board while knowing that it's entirely phony and it's just, like, a muscle response. Like, why the hell not? You know, but the moment someone starts selling an online course about how to get in touch with the demon in order to solve all of your monetary problems, then it's like, bro, there's other stuff. You can do other things. I don't know, man. Make AI coloring books. I don't freaking know. Like, anything over this. Don't make AI coloring books. And if you do, just don't do it. Just don't do it. You don't need to do that. Do something else, man. Just do something else. All right, do something else. That's the best thing, right? It's like summoning Bloody Mary as a kid. Honestly, I never did that because as a kid, I believed it. I believed that she would be there and she would like gouge my eyes out or whatever. But it's like, yeah, I mean, that is the fun part about like all of those little things, little rituals and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, like thinking back on, because I used to be big on like creepypastas and whatnot when I was like very young. And one thing that I was very curious about was like those ritual creepypastas. And I remember one of them, the whole thing was like turn off all of the lights in your house. Well, first, before you do that, get like a doll that looks like you, or customize a doll to look like you. Put some of your blood in it and your hair as well, and like put it and like stab it or something in the heart and use like red string around it to make it look like it's bleeding or something, and give it a knife and then put it in your bathtub and then turn on the water and then turn off all of the lights in your house and then chant some specific things and then hide somewhere and it'll go and find you, and if it finds you it kills you. And so it's like a fun game like that, you know. Like I remember reading stuff like that and it's like I believed it. I believed like, damn, maybe it does work. I don't know. But it's like a majority of that is setting ambiance. What are the like like all the lights being turned off supposed to do? What was that one called? That was corny as hell thinking about. Honestly, yeah, like all of those were just so corny, but it is, yeah, it's a whole like art project. It's all cool. It's like cool. It's one of those like cool things, you know. But like one thing I do appreciate about those rituals is one of them. It was called like Tomine's Curse, right? It introduced people to a specific artist that a specific image was like associated with it. I'm too young for this. What? No, where is it? Tomine's Curse art. Yes, this one. I forgot what the artist's name is, but they make a bunch of... Oh, Tomine's Hell. That's what it's called. Hell, not Curse. When we summoned Bloody Mary, we hid in closets. We were scared shitless to come outside. Damn. Well, God bless you. And I hope you're not in a closet anymore. But this specific artist... Who made this one? Because, like, I've seen a bunch of their work, and I mean, it's like it's really good. It's really good. But like I'm glad that at least Tomine's Hell like brought some view to this specific artist. Yuko Tatsushima. Yes. Tatsushima. Yes. And she does a lot of artwork, mostly like about themes of like sexual assault and like abuse and whatnot. But it's insanely detailed. I mean, what? And it's so vibrant as well. There's also stuff like it's like so like expressive, and each painting has an insane story, and it's like, what the hell? And I mean, if there's gonna be like if she's gonna get like this one's awesome. If she's gonna get like any sort of like attention at all, why not it be from a creepypasta? What the hell? This kind of reminds me of that one screenshot. This looks like a mixture of that one screenshot from like Perfect Blue, but mixed with the Tomine's Hell image. You know the one where she's like, she has blood on her face? Yeah, you know the one. Yeah, whatever. But also, what was Tomine's Hell about? What? Uh-oh, fandom.com. Hold on, do they have a non-fandom.com wiki going on here? WikiHow. I'm not gonna go on wiki. A Japanese poem that must not be read. Tomine's Hell. David Bowles. Tomine's Hell #1. Elder sister vomits blood. What? English translation, all poetry. I'd prefer that over the fandom one. Okay. Wait, hold on. Maybe the fandom one has like details about what you're supposed to do other than just read it. It was written by It was written by Seijo Yasuo for his 27th collection of poems, Sakin. or gold dust in English. There is a Japanese legend surrounding it which states it should only be read with the mind and never out loud. It's uncertain how this rumor started, but it goes on to say that tragic things will happen if you do. If you were to read this out loud, it'd be better to do so in Japanese. Oh, sorry. And then they have... Okay. Okay. It's better to do so in Japanese. Better... How? Better as in... If you... Wait, so if you read the Japanese one out loud, is that when tragic stuff happens? But when you read it in English, less tragic stuff happens? So it's better if you want more tragic stuff to happen? Or better as in it just sounds better? Or as in, like, it gets the initial meaning to come across better? But, like, is it better for the ritual? I guess they don't say. Image origin. Yes, I can no longer be a brand. A painting by Yuko Tatsushima. Shout out Yuko Tatsushima. What the hell? David Bowles. Yep. I'm always looking for ways to combine my love of poetry and the macabre, so delighted to stumble across a creepy pasta internet legend that a cursed Japanese poem causes tragedy and death should you read it out loud. If you read it in Japanese or in English. Here's my rendering of this very dark and disturbing poem with footnotes on important matters. Ooh, do they have translation notes? The term, yes they do! The term here translated hell is jigoku, the Buddhist hell complex into which very sinful people can be reincarnated. Note that also that the poem follows a 7 by 7 by 7 by 5 syllabic pattern, evocative of most traditional Japanese verse. Oh. Now, I love translation notes like that. You know, like, okay, here's one thing. Here's one thing I will note. Whenever there's, like, translations on a manga, like Dungeon Meshi, for instance, has this thing going on, the people who translated it into English sometimes will have translation notes, and that's awesome. Because, like, in Dungeon Meshi, you'll learn shit from it. Like, they'll teach you about like, new, like, not only stuff from, like, Japan, but also, like various Japanese words for stuff from, like, other countries as well. And it'll have, like, detailed descriptions of, like as well as, like different turns of phrase, you know, that are in Japanese, and then you'll learn about that too, and that helps you if you're reading any other, like, manga or any other sort of Japanese media that's translated into English, because then you'll be like, oh, I remember, that's a common turn of phrase, and I heard about that in Dungeon Meshi, you know, like, that's just awesome. I love translation notes. Hold on, let me read one more. What is happening here isn't number 2. Hold on. Footnote number 2. Elder sister vomits blood, younger sister breathing fire, while sweet little Tomino just spits up the jewels. Okay. What is happening here isn't immediately obvious, but clearly Tomino's sisters are suffering while he is not. Wait, Tomino is boy? Is Tomino boy in this one? I guess Tomino... Is that... Huh, I guess I never... Yeah, I guess I never knew. I always I assumed that based on the picture, Tomine was a girl because the picture is of a woman. So I guess I don't know. All right. Maybe it is a male name, or maybe it is either. Wait, is Tomino the last name or the first name? All alone does Tomino go falling into that hell, a hell of utter darkness without even flowers. Hey, that sounds like grief. That sounds like grief, which is another reoccurring thought of that artist that made the image, not this one, of the image. Of grief is also something that comes up a lot in their art. So it's like sick. It's like an homage. You could say it's an homage to that artist, even though I don't think their art. Well, I don't know if their art was, like, around when that poem was first written, but it's like an homage. So it's like cool. It's like grief. Is the poem about grief? Is it? Hold on. Is Tomino's big sister the one who whips him? Is she? The purpose of the scourging hangs dark in his mind. Okay. Give us the note. Apparently the lashes Tomino is receiving on his way into hell are deserved. Arguably. Although another possible reading of the Japanese might be the purpose of the scourging worries him, suggesting possibly he doesn't know why he's being punished. To me, it seems he knows. What do you mean? But if it says the purpose... Huh. Why is it... I wish they expanded more on that. Okay. It seems he knows. It could also be if the purpose of the scourging is what is worrying him, then it could be that, like, the purpose of it, he feels remorseful. Perhaps. Or that he doesn't know. Or that he does know, but he feels remorse about it. Maybe he poisoned his sisters, and that's why they were throwing up. I don't know. I don't have to read more. No. Okay, one more. Lashing and thrashing him. Oh! But never quite shattering. One sure path to Avicii, the eternal hell. Yes, the poem reveals that Tomino is headed to Mugen Jugoku, the Japanese translation of the Sanskrit Avicii, or waveless. Avicii is the lowest of hells in Buddhism, one whose torments last so long, eons and eons, that souls seem to be trapped there for eternity. There are 5 horrible sins you can commit to end up in this place, creating a schism within the community of Buddhist monks and nuns, shedding the blood of a Buddha, killing an enlightened person, or, ahem, intentionally murdering one's father or one's mother. Holy crap! I think we might have just figured out what Tomino did! Oh, that makes sense. Of course, that's reading the poem literally, about which see note number 7. Okay. Sorry to interrupt, but will you archive this on the VOD channel? I'll try. I'll try if I remember. Sometimes I forget, but I'll remember. I will remember this time. Now that you've mentioned it, I will in fact do it, because now I will remember. So the answer is yes. I will do that. Yup. But that's interesting. So Tomino's hell, he killed his parents, and that makes sense why the scourging, the purpose of the scourging is worrying him, because he's sad that he killed his parents. He feels remorseful about it. I think that's what it is. Hold on. Okay, fine. One more. Blackest of hells, guide him now, I pray, to the golden sheep, to the nightingale. I'm not sure. That one doesn't have a footnote. What would that represent? I mean, I don't know what a nightingale represents necessarily, because I don't really know. I know it's a bird, but I don't know what about that bird, like what's unique to that bird. But a golden sheep, I mean, sheep are typically used as like a metaphor for either innocence, as like the lamb, like the blood of the lamb, you know, like the blood of the innocent, you know, like with the Jesus Christ stuff, you know, like that stuff, you know, the lamb, or the sheep as well, because it's like innocent, or like blind loyalty, because sheep follow in flocks and they follow like a dog, or sometimes, you know, or it could be a sheep as in like, I don't know, I assume so. And so a golden sheep would be like, I don't know, like a golden child? Because, like, isn't a golden child, like, isn't that the term for, like, a kid that does everything their parents ask and they never, like, move out of line? And what does the nightingale represent? Symbolize? Please. Nightingale symbolism in Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet. The nightingale makes an appearance in Shakespeare's most popular romantic tragedy. Okay. Nightingale may symbolize... Oh, the tattoo may symbolize art... I don't care. Spiritual meaning of hope and transformation. What, does the bird transform from a caterpillar? Like, what is it... How does it transform... What? Has become a symbol for various themes that are both dark and light in nature. Well, that doesn't really help. To deeply understand the nightingale, we have to learn more about the lifestyle and energy of the seemingly unassuming bird. Alright, fine. Fine, I'll read it quickly. Love. This is because one of the main reasons the male nightingale sings. Oh, it sings out to love. Okay. That makes sense why it would be in Romeo and Juliet, because Romeo, like, sings to Juliet or whatever. No, he doesn't sing, but he calls out to her. He's like, I call on to thee, or whatever. You know, while she's on the balcony or whatever. Male nightingale birds are known to sing beautifully complex melodies throughout the night. Okay, self-expression, no, probably not. Communication, freedom. Oh yeah, because people keep them in cages, right? And so there's also a time period when people try to capture nightingales as caged birds, but they do not live their full lifespan in captivity. That's so sad that they did that. But I'm glad that that's less of a thing that they do now. Instead, it's parakeets. They do that with parakeets instead, which is also not good because parakeets need a whole big enclosure. But that's besides the point. Charisma, definitely not that. Dedication. Male night bird practices unique songs. Maybe. Healing power of sound. No. Beauty of the night? I don't think so. What does it symbolize for you? Whatever it symbolizes in Tomino's hell, man. I don't know. So he prays to the golden sheep. And he prays to the nightingale. Could it be he prays for love and loyalty? Or... not... love and blind loyalty? I don't know. Or maybe, like... I don't know. Huh. I wish he had a note for that, for what that could mean. But, like, golden sheep, I'm pretty sure that represents some sort of loyalty. And nightingale, that can either represent love, dedication, which I guess arguably the sheep could also represent that in blind loyalty or whatever. But I don't know. Hold on, maybe the next one. How much... wait, the blackest of halls. Of the blackest of hells. Could that be nighttime? Could he be thinking... could he be, like... festering in his mind, thinking about the murder that he just committed, and while he's doing that, it's nighttime, and he's praying to the golden sheep, which maybe that represents his past innocence and loyalty to his parents as a golden child as well, who listened to everything his parents said, and he's praying to the night, maybe? Or to the beauty of the night, which is what they said that it represents. I'm not sure, actually. How much did he put in that leather pouch to prepare for his trek to the eternal hell? Is he running away from home? He might be running away from home. But at the same time, that seems like it might be taking it too literally. I don't know. I don't usually read poetry. I'm more of a movie guy. I watch movies and stuff. No, I mean, I do other stuff. I, like, read books and listen to albums and shit. But, like... I don't know. I guess this is my first time really thinking about poetry, because it's the last time I really thought about poetry was probably in school when they had us read, not necessarily not like Shakespeare, but like I don't know, the other shit. I mean, like some like random stuff. They never had us read like Edgar Allan Poe stuff. But I do have a book, a book of like a bunch of works of Edgar Allan Poe, including mostly his stories, but also some of his poems, but I've always found his stories a lot more interesting. Kind of, maybe it's because it's easier to digest or like visualize, because he has more like literal descriptions for things rather than the more like macabre symbolic descriptions of things, you know? But like, yeah, I mean, poetry it's probably like, it's fun to decode. I like to decode. Is that cool? I like to decode things. You could say, you could go as far as to say. So it's like, all right, hold on, I'll read. Okay, fine, I'll read one more. Fine, I have to. Spring is coming to the valley, to the wood, to the spiraling chasms of the blackest hell. The nightingale in her cage. Okay, so it is about like feeling trapped. The nightingale, he was. I get it. When he was praying to the golden sheep and to the nightingale, the nightingale represents like him being under the control of his parents, and his like very controlling parents, and how he felt like trapped by them. That's why he killed them. But he was also a golden child in that he did everything he was told, and so he's praying to the innocence that he lost, as well as to that like feeling of safety that he got within his parents' controllingness. Because that's what a lot of kids who are controlled by their parents very heavily, they feel safe by it. Because, well, at least my parents are controlling me and no one else. Or, at least, if I know that my parents are controlling me, then I feel safe in that because I know that I can't mess up. Because they are doing everything for me and they don't mess up. You know? I don't know. Could that maybe that's it. And so that's why he's praying to it, perhaps. Okay. The sheep aboard the wagon. Like, on it? Or driving it? I guess aboard it, yeah. and tears well up in the eyes of sweet little Tomino. He's thinking about his parents. Sing, O nightingale, in the vast misty forest. He screams he only misses his little sister. Oh, what? Huh. I don't know, yeah. I don't actually know. So, if he misses his little sister, did he kill his little sister as well? Or did his parents kill his little sister, and that's what pushed him over the edge to kill his parents? No, I don't know. Hold on. Okay, his waiting desperation echoes throughout hell. A fox peony opens its golden petals. Fox peony. Well, that's definitely symbolic. It's not an actual flower opening up. We know that much. But, hold on. His wailing desperation. And yeah, so in the darkest of hells that it keeps talking about, we know that at the very least he's not actually going to hell. He is instead, like, going in the hell of his own mind. As in, like, he's reflecting on the killing of his parents that he did. And that is, like, and, like, that sort of thought spiral that he's going through, that's messing with him. And that's the hell, is the remorseful thought spirals that's going on. But why did he kill his parents, and how, and when, and who else did he kill, and where is he now? He's in the forest, we know that much. I think. He ran away from home after killing them? That's what my guess is. Because I assume he literally did kill them, unless killing is itself symbolic of maybe he feels like... if it is symbolic, it could be like he feels like he killed them by, like, he killed their perception of him. By doing, like, by rebelling against them in some way. It could just be about controlling parents. Or it could be that he literally killed them. We have to read the rest to find out. Down the past 7 mountains and 7 rivers of hell. Reference to Dante's Inferno. Or not. But I think Dante's Inferno, right? I don't know. I'm not very familiar with the Buddhist hell complex. I don't know that much about it. But I do know Dante's Inferno. Down past the 7 mountains, 7 rivers of hell, the solitary journey of sweet little Tomino. If in this hell they can be found, may they then come to me, please, those sharp spikes of punishment from Needle Mountain. Needle Mountain, Harinoyama, is another lovely feature of Buddhist hell. Oh, this is where the tormentors of the damned get their spikes. Okay. But he's not literally in hell. Oh wait, it strikes me that the sheep and nightingale are symbolic of Tomino's sisters. Oh! Really? Well, okay. So I guess one sister feels limited by their parents, and the other sister is a golden child that never questions anything their parents do? I feel like that's less cool. No, that's fine. But I mean, yeah, I guess, sure, I suppose. Needle Mountain, another lovely feature of Buddhist hell. I need to read up about the Buddhist hell complex. That sounds awesome. What the hell? Because, I mean, I love the Dante's Inferno shit. Like, that's hilarious. No, I mean, it's not hilarious, but it's hilarious. Because, I mean... Okay, it's probably not funny when it comes from anywhere that isn't Christianity, because my respect for Christianity is minimal because of my background in it. From when because, you know, this is one of those things where you were raised in it, you know, unfortunately. Isn't it messed up that, like, a lot of Hispanic households are, like, super Christian? That's messed up. Like, my parents' parents, they were all, like, raised with, like, an insane amount of crucifixes in their house. Why? I've never understood that part. I understand the crucifix is a symbol of Christianity. But why the crucifix that has a literal dead Jesus Christ bleeding on it? Why that in your house? Like, my mom has always talked about how she doesn't like that. That part she doesn't like, where it's like, you have a dead guy in your house. You have a statue of a dead guy. Which is like, yeah, corpse is fine, I guess. But, like, if it's Jesus, why is Jesus corpse? Why do you have a Jesus corpse? You know, like, that seems kind of odd, right? And he's like, because that was messed up, you know? it's like they have a whole wall of crucifixes, multiple dead Jesuses with multiple like rosaries and things like that. But it's like, why? Like, why? First of all, isn't one enough? Second of all, why do you have to have a literal dead Jesus on that? Like, I don't get that part. I don't understand, but that is quite funny. And so I guess the familiarization of myself with the Christianity makes it definitely more I guess much easier to make fun of it, whereas when it comes to like other religions that I don't have such negative experiences with, I kind of respect them a lot more, you know. And I mean, like, yeah, like even ones that still like worship similar things, like Judaism, for instance, which I mean doesn't obviously does in Judaism they don't like worship Jesus Christ the same way like a lot of like Christians or Protestants or Catholics or whatever, you know, do. But like they definitely still have like the sacred text of the Old Testament, and like I respect that a lot more. And maybe that's just because the New Testament is kind of shit. Is that blasphemy for me to say? It's kind of shit. The New Testament is shit. That's the other half of the book. That's the latter half of the book. That's where like you'll get the book of Revelation and whatnot. It's kind of shit. I mean, like, cause like what? Like, I mean, the Old Testament is fine. You know, it's still kind of silly, obviously, because you still have like the guys and stuff. But I mean, like, when you get to like books of like Isaiah where it's talking about like it's like Christian infighting. Like that's like I mean, in the book of Isaiah, a lot of it is making fun of like Christians who expect everything to be handed to them by God. You know, they expect God to do everything, and yet they go to church and they're not even really paying attention. Like that's like that's the biggest slightest that they commit. Not like, I mean, like, first of all, they go to church. That's more than a lot of Christians can say. Not to say that you should go to church or you're bad if you don't go to church or whatever. I don't care. I don't care about that. But it's like, that's like funny. That's funny that they're like, yeah, they go to church, whatever. They're not even listening. They don't even look like they're listening. It's like, that's what they talk about in Isaiah, where it's like the guys that pay the least attention or whatever. I don't remember the word for word thing, but my Tom, my good friend Tom, he has a radio, and on the radio, a majority of the programs they have there are like Bible readings, which is hilarious because like, I mean, like, I remember when the radio was a much bigger deal. I mean, my parents worked in radio, you know, but it's like, it was like music stuff, but you'd also get like, you know, NPR and whatnot, but like you'd get your fair share of Bible readings, but like that's a majority of what's on the radio right now is like, excuse me, Bible readings, Christian talk Christian talk show hosts, conservative talk show hosts, like mega church like pastors just talking. You know, you'll get YouTube videos being streamed there that are like conservative YouTube videos. It's very odd. And of course you'll still have pop radio stations and whatnot, but like that's like a minority right now. Like a majority of the radio stations you'll get are like conservatives and whatnot. And that's fun. I mean, it makes sense because like yeah, who else is listening to the radio other than like Uber drivers, obviously, like Uber drivers who don't want to have like their Spotify or YouTube playlists of music playing going on. Instead they'll play like pop radio, you know. I also I've been in like an Uber driver at one point who was playing like Fox radio and like Fox News radio, and like the stuff they say is it's strange. I mean, thank God it's nothing comparable to like Ben Shapiro. If I got in an Uber and had to listen to Ben Shapiro on my way home, I would jump out the window and then jump off a bridge. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him. But that's besides the point. But it's like it was kind of funny what they were saying. They were like complaining about, they were like and I'm kind of worried about saying it, because about saying what they were talking about, because like Twitch recently updated their terms and conditions, and now if you have a stream where you're going to be talking about like what's the word when there's a lot of disagreement on something, controversial events. If you're talking about controversial events or like world news or stuff like that, then you have to have a specific label on your stream, which is kind of ridiculous to me, because it's like, okay, if you have a stream that's like not safe for work, I can understand having a label on that. You don't want like people under the age of 18 going onto your stream, whatever. But like, and like there's one for like gore, if you're gonna be like, I don't know, flaying open animal carcasses you find on the road stream. That would be a killer live stream. Holy shit, let's do that. Let's do it. Can't do that. I don't have the carcasses. Sorry. But like that makes sense. But like talking about world news on your streams are conversational, buddy. Like that, sometimes conversations just go that way. What do you want me to say, bro? I don't know. I mean, you know, something censorship with social media, so it's more palatable to the advertisers, something. You know, but it's like, okay, I'm gonna say it in a way where I won't, like, if a Twitch moderator was looking, they wouldn't get mad. Fox News, when I was in an Uber, they were talking about Kamala Harris when she was still in office. They were talking about how she denied working, or denied doing a call or like a meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu. She boycotted doing the meeting, and then Fox News was saying like, and I think that's really disrespectful and honestly really spoiled and entitled of her to do, and it's just so inappropriate. Hopefully she makes up for this, but I don't think there's any coming back for this from her. From this for her, you know. That's kind of fun. I think it's very silly that that's a rule. I still have to live in the world and see politics, no matter if a Twitch streamer says things about it or not. Yeah, like true. Like what the hell? If like on the radio, like we were literally talking about the radio. On the radio, they're able to have that. They don't have labels. Like why does Twitch have to have special regulations that aren't in common with the radio? They should just have like the same regulations as the radio, except no regulations on swearing. I mean, like why not? Because like that's insane. I mean, I guess maybe it's it. No. Let's read it. Hold on. Let's read. Why is Twitch Twitch stream need a disclaimer for political talk now? Yeah, why? As expected. What's he doing here? As expected, Twitch has modified its new politics and sense. Yes, tell me, PCgamer.com. Let's hear about it. Specific references to the LGBTQ+ community have been removed. Oh, but the updated guidelines are still vague, still too vague to be useful. Right. Label politics and sensitive social issues. Right. Twitch has modified the policy to exempt streamers talking about their lived experience. Okay, so if I talk about what I heard on the radio, is that okay? Wait, but then why would that be okay, but people talking about what they read on the news not be okay? Because they had the lived experience of reading it, but I guess they weren't there? But wait, so then if somebody is experiencing the controversial events in person, like if someone from Gaza, for instance, is live streaming, and they're talking about what it's been like in Gaza, would they get like marked, like banned or something for talking about their lived experience because it's of controversial events? Yeah, that's way too vague. I don't know. We have made some updates to our policy language to better clarify what needs a politics and sensitive social issues content classification label. Yes. When Twitch wrote on Zitter, we want to make clear that you don't need to label your stream if you're talking about your lived experience. And what constitutes lived experience? We've made this clearer to our CCL guidelines, which are linked below. We've also clarified that the label is only required if discussion of the listed topics is the focus of the stream. Okay. Okay, so just me mentioning what I heard on the radio is fine. Phew. Alright. Our goal here, as well as with any CCL content classification label, is to give viewers and brands more info about what's happening on a particular stream so that they can make an informed decision about what to watch and where to engage. Okay, so it's not like YouTube where if you have like a mature content like label on it, it doesn't what is it? Suppress it from the algorithm or whatever. I guess there's not really much of an algorithm on Twitch other than the recommended page. Whatever. The original policy on sensitive concept was implemented after a month of escalating back and forth claims of Islamophobia and anti-Semitism, on the platform, which resulted in a 2-week ban of Zach Asmongold Hoyt over a racist tirade against Palestinians. Oh no! As well as several Arab streamers. Against several, who took part in a TwitchCon panel in which they ranked other streamers on a scale of Arab to Love Sabra. I don't know. Not sure what Sabra is. Actually have not heard that. I don't know that one. Twitch CEO Dan Clancy said that at the time, there was no place on Twitch for racism, hatred, or harassment of any kind, including anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. Mr. Dan Clancy, I guess, has gone woke, right? Can we say that? Is that cool? The simple fact of their existence was suddenly considered political. Oh wait, the new rule raised against the ire of LGBTQ+ streamers angry that the simple fact of their existence was suddenly considered political. There were also concerns that they could suffer revenue losses as advertisers can. Wait, Wait, what? The new rule? Wait, how did they phrase it? Oh, it's like, yeah, no, I get it. Where it's like, it could be marked as political just because they're, like, LGBT. Okay, that makes sense. The updated rules are aimed at addressing those concerns. 2 of the examples cited as sensitive content in the original guidelines discussing ideological or socio-political views on topics like gender, race, sexuality, and religion, and discussing legislation related to a sensitive social issues such as reproductive rights, LGBTQ+ rights, or immigration have been removed. Okay, that part is okay, that makes sense, because, like, okay, here's the problem there. Like, a lot of people, well, the problem with that being there initially, but it's good that they removed it. But the problem that it being there initially is, like, yes, identities should not inherently be political. But, like, they are. Like, I don't think they should be, obviously. But, like, just because I don't think they should be doesn't mean that they're not, you know? Because it's like, whatever is political is just what affects policy. And being gay or being trans affects policy. Like, there are policies that affect being gay or being trans, or rather, what you're able to do. And so, the fact that your civil rights are, like, a matter of politics, because that's policy, then it's like, your identity is also, unfortunately, classified as politics. Not to say that politics are inherently, like, good or bad. That's just a neutral category. But, like, that's what it is, you know? And so it's like, I understand, like, people being uncomfortable with that being the case, or with that being said, because it's like, it sounds almost like, whatever the opposite of normalization is, because it's like, if an identity is inherently political, that implies that not having the identity is not political and is instead normal. And I understand that line of reasoning, but also, I mean, they're not mutually exclusive. Something can be political and be normal at the same time. Because it's like, it's normal for you, therefore it is normal. You know? And it's like, yeah. But I mean, I can understand why people are uncomfortable with that, but I also understand why it was there to begin with on like a politics label. If they made a politics label, then I guess that's probably them trying to cater to maybe their right-wing gamers that are on the platform, even though Twitch, I guess, has a very nice track record of not being super tolerant of the more overt Twitch streamers, like, I don't know, like Sneeko, for instance. As soon as he started making literal rape threats, they banned him. Which is, like, that's understandable. But, like, at the same time, I don't know what percentage of gamers are just racist, but probably a good lot of them. I mean, because, I mean, a good lot of them are white and male. So, I mean, like, there you go. Oops, you know, but... yeah. Okay, hold on. The updated rule is aimed at addressing these concerns. Discussing ideology have been removed. In the improvement of sorts, if only because it removes the explicit politicization of reproductive and LGBTQ plus rights. Human rights, in other words. And immigration. But it doesn't seem to have calmed the waters. Numerous replies to the announcement on Zitter see the updates as a change in wording, but not in effect. In that, it continues to center on the LGBTQ plus community. There are also questions about who will decide what qualifies as polarizing or inflammatory. That makes sense. One commenter said trans people merely advocating for their own rights will be perceived and reported as such by right-wing Twitch viewers, and that the vague terminology in the updated guidelines doesn't remove the target placed on them. I mean, yeah, but... I hate to say it, but, like, there's nothing that Twitch could say that will remove the target placed on trans people on Twitch. I hate to say it, but it is true. But, yeah. It's true, and that's not fine, but, yeah. That's fine. Doesn't matter how much you clarify the point of the final two bullets, they're not fit for the political category. Wait. Okay. Close that. But I'm thinking about it. No, I'm thinking about it because, like, because it said in the article, they said that like human rights should not be construed as political or inflammatory, which, like, yes, human rights should not be construed as inflammatory. That makes sense. But they are political because that's a matter of policy. It all comes back down to that. But it's like, no, I understand that, like, it shouldn't be a divisive issue, but, like, it is, because there are people in the world who, you know, feel a certain way about it. But, like, it is, but it shouldn't be, but it is, you know, so it is, like, controversial, even though it shouldn't be labeled as controversial, and it is silly for them to be marking it down like that, because it's like, why should Twitch be, like, so focused on marking specific things, like, being a certain way, that, other than, like, NSFW or, like, graphic imagery or whatever, whereas, like, radio isn't. Or, like, television isn't. Like, television, you can show certain things, you can't show other things, you know? You can say certain things, you can't say other things. You can't say, like slurs or curse words and, you know, shit like that. But it's like, you can talk about inflammatory topics on television. Like, they won't... Like, it depends... I mean, it depends on where you are on television. Some places won't like it. I mean... But, like, you can. You don't have to label it. Like, shit just happens, you know? But... I don't know. It's fine. Whatever. You know, it is the Jeff Bezos platform at the end of the day. And it is the Jeff Bezos who wants the ads and the money and the dollars as well. So, I guess there you go. Yeah. It's true. I wish that the fact of a platform being run by a multi-billionaire, almost trillionaire, I wish that would factor into how much money they would let you keep from, like, advertiser money, or, like, what percentage of money you get from working on the platform. Like, as in, I wish it would impact it positively rather than negatively. As in, like, if it's owned by a multi-billionaire, they should let you keep more of the money that you get from, like, advertisements. Whereas, instead, it's almost like the opposite, where they tend to get a larger amount than, like, if it's not run by a multi-billionaire. If it's just run by some guy, you know? Which is kind of funny, because, like, I mean, who needs it more, right? Some guy or the multi-billionaire / trillionaire? It's like that. I'm getting so nauseous, it's insane. Anyway, that's besides the point. But, you know, it's alright. Whatever, you know, whatever. That's fine, whatever. Anyways. I think I'm... Wait. Oh, shit! It's just been this one page the entire time? I forgot I was even doing this. Alright. Oh, wait. Hold on, I'm not done yet. It's because I keep tabbing out. I keep getting distracted. Stop distracting me. You're not doing anything. I need this one. It's time to shade the fire. And the fire and the lighting of the fire as well. That's alright. It's true. What was the other thing I was thinking about? I completely forgot the other thing that I was also thinking about. But, you know, that's fine. I guess, you know what, it kind of, like, seeing policies like that, like TOS, or like terms of service and stuff like that, sometimes that, like, saddens me a little bit, because, like, it reminds me that like, the people, like, normal people, like, don't like politics, which is, like, I understand that, obviously, but it's like, honestly, a lot of the times, I mean, I'll get times where it's like, oh, shut up, I don't want to hear about any of this right now, you know, like, stuff like that. Like, sometimes it'll feel like that, but at the same time, I can't help it. I can't help it, bro. My brain is writing in waves, and I'm just following it. And so I can't help it if it goes a certain way of stuff that I am very informed about. So I'll just talk about it. I can't help it, you know. And it's like, and it just so happens that it tends to connect to, like, a lot of what's going on always, forever and ever, amen. You know. And here's another funny thing. Like, you'll get people saying stuff like, oh, I like, people in their 20s will say, like, oh, I miss, like, the early 2000s when it wasn't so political. Politics wasn't everywhere, you know. You could go places without having to think about politics or be worried about who the next president's gonna be. Oh, you know, it's a shame that things are so political now. And it's like, you know that's not true, right? I mean, they don't, because a lot of the times the people who are saying that don't have, like, a good memory, that, like, they forgot what it was like being a kid, or they were personally able to avoid thinking about political stuff. Me when I lie, maybe you had that experience, I didn't. Yeah, no, yeah. It's like, it's definitely a bit of a tell on yourself kind of statement to say, like, oh yeah, I miss when it was apolitical, because it's like, bro, even in school, you were not, like, immune to there being, like, politics in school, because in school they were teaching you about the civil rights movement, the Black Panthers, and in school, even when they were teaching that, like, they had an agenda, not agenda in the same way of, like, you know, the trans agenda, whatever that is, but more so they had an agenda in terms of, like, the way they taught it, you know, like, it was inherently political the way they were teaching politics, obviously, but, like, you know, what they weren't saying as well as what they were saying. Like, if you go to elementary school right now, no, like, at the very least, I remember growing up in, like, a super conservative, very white town, very white, but also very Mexican. There's a lot of whites and Mexicans and white Mexicans. It's besides the point. It was in California. Yeah, that's how California is. But, you know, in one of the schools that I was at, because I've been in a lot of schools, or I guess in all the schools, whenever they were teaching, like, about the civil rights, they would say, oh yes, Martin Luther King, he was a very, very calm, very rational, very articulate public speaker, and he was big on civil protest. And, you know, he was always talking things out, hearing both sides, which was always a very important part of, you know, passing, like, you know, civil rights laws and whatnot. Whereas you have some of the other more bad actors of the civil rights movement, who were much less rational, like Malcolm X, who was much more violent and stuff like that, which is like, you know, at the time when I was like when I was like 10 and hearing that, I was like, oh damn, oh this guy sounds crazy, you know. But then it's like, I go on to like read his work and listen to his speeches, and it's like, what's wrong with this guy? Like, this guy's awesome. What the hell? Like, like people are often talking about like Malcolm X being like, oh, such a radical, you know, scary guy. But it's like, okay, I know a lot about Malcolm X, and I'm gonna tell you all about him. But okay, so when people say that Malcolm X was radical, you know, usually what they're talking about was his thoughts on a black ethno-state. But here's the thing. Historical context is really important for this, because at the time, like, black and white communities weren't as connected as they are now. Like, if you go into, like, a city, I mean, I say that as if, like, there aren't, like, super segregated white communities right now. But, like, at the time, it was even less common for there to be, like, black and white communities, like, intermingling with each other, even in, like, city areas, you know. But, and so, as a result, the idea of a black ethno-state didn't sound much different from, like, a lot of black communities there, because a lot of the time, the black consumer's dollar never came out of, like, never like left white communities, because a lot of white communities were still selling stuff in black communities, but vice versa was not the case, you know. And so that's where a lot of those ideas came from. But later on in his life, he kind of backed up in terms of like his ideas about a black ethno-state, and like there was a while where there was a bit of, not necessarily a rivalry, but like, let's say a disagreement between the two guys, between like Martin Luther King and Malcolm X. Where Martin Luther King was more of like he was more libbed up. He was more of a liberal, more libbed up, where he was more like respectability was, you know, a big thing. And Malcolm X was like, no, screw respectability. Look at the two people who are fighting for office right now. Respectability got us here, and we're not going to do anything under respectability. Which is kind of true. I mean, like, the Black Panthers played a huge part in getting, like, in them getting rights and whatnot. But also, like, the civil rights, the civil rights being a big thing, like, at that time. It still is, obviously, but, like, at that time, that being such a big focus is very obvious proof that things are not any more divided than they once were, you know? But it's, like, that's besides the point. Anyways, additionally, a lot of the, like, black nationalist thinking at that time came from Malcolm X's background with the Black Israelites. Or, wait, are they the Black... No. No, he wasn't a Hotep. Was he a Hotep? He wasn't a Hotep. He, the version of Islam that isn't necessarily Islam, but is, like, more black-centric, and has a Bible with Yaqub. You know Yaqub? Hold on. Yaqub, Black Islam. I said island. I meant Islam. Hold on. Oh, Nation of Islam. That's what it is. So, okay, so Yaqub, from the Bible, or not the Bible, the, I guess, sacred texts of the Nation of Islam, is essentially a mad scientist who created humanity. And so he created first black people, and then thought to himself, well, I need to balance out the good and make the evil. And so to make the evil, I will now make a bunch of white devils, and that's how white people came. And so very interesting thoughts there, and very interesting texts that they wrote, but it ended up being the Nation of Islam that So, first, Malcolm X, when he was in prison, was first acquainted with the Nation of Islam. Then he went to... Where did Malcolm X go to learn about his I forgot. He didn't go to the Mecca, did he? The Mecca in Saudi Arabia. Malcolm X no, I know who he is. Okay, he did go to Mecca. Okay, he went to Mecca and saw the Kaaba. Kaaba? Yes, he went to Mecca and saw the Kaaba in Saudi Arabia. Shout out Saudi Arabia. Or maybe not. Whatever. He went to the Mecca in Saudi Arabia and learned about Islam there, and that's kind of where his faith in the Nation of Islam kind of died down, because then he started realizing, wait, the Nation of Islam isn't actually that much about Islam. Like, it's pretty far removed. Like normal Islam, it doesn't have Yaqub in it. It's not about Yaqub, you know? And so that's when his faith in the Nation of Islam kind of died down, and although he still maintained a lot of ties to it later in life, they kind of soured on him, and that's what led to his assassination by one of the main goes of the Nation of Islam. And that's not controversial to say, because he admitted it on live television, and he might still be alive and still not in prison, which is, I mean, not that I'm pro prison, but you know, that's odd that he said that in national television. But that's besides the point. Anyway, Malcolm X, and he's cool, and he's a good guy as well. And I mean, if you ever like read or listen to any of his work, you'll see pretty fast that he's like a really brilliant guy. Like, he's crazy, but like in the smart way. He's like a smart guy. He's not crazy at all, but like it's crazy how smart he is. You know, I don't know. A lot of his stuff is really awesome and really sick. And if you ever want to read some very insightful political theory about civil rights, then I mean, Malcolm X, it's the way to go. As well as if you're ever interested in like the black civil rights movement in the United States specifically, Malcolm X has a lot of interesting stuff about it. He's also where I heard about the term Dixiecrats. You know about the Dixiecrats? Those were like the more conservative Democrats, which is funny because if you look at the party now, not that different. Except now they don't really use the term Dixiecrats, but I don't know, it's like interesting that was a thing. It gives you a lot of insight in the current day political climate, and yeah, and it's also, I would say, honestly, and I don't know if this is a weird thing to say, but it's like, it's easier to read about that, I guess, version of politics, or that era's politics. It's easier to read about that than like the current day politics, because we know that, like, well, legislation passed, and at the very least, they got the right to vote, and they desegregated the bathrooms and whatnot. And so it got better. It's not terrific, but it's better, you know? And it's like, that's easier to read than what we have now, because now when you're reading like modern day like news headlines and whatnot, there's still a huge layer of uncertainty. Like, geez, I don't know how we're gonna make it out of this one, you know? But you know, and I mean, that mixed with like literally everything that's going on, it's much easier to, well, it's not easy, but like, all right, fine. There's one thing. There's one thing that's been on my mind constantly. So I mentioned earlier my good friend Tom. Shout out my good friend Tom, who has a radio, and on his radio it plays a lot of conservative, you know, news stuff. And one of the things that it was playing was a guy, and he was talking about Donald J. Trump. All right, and this is not the focus of the stream. That's why I don't have to put a label. Anyways, he was talking about Donald Trump, and he was like, "Look, guys. You know me. You know, I'm very unbiased," which when I first heard that, I was like, uh-oh, where's this going? He's like, "I'm very unbiased. If Trump does something that I disagree with, or if Trump gets something wrong, I call it." Notice he said gets something wrong, not does something I disagree with. Okay. All right. And then he says, but what he's doing right now, it's really smart. That's what he said. It's really smart what Trump is doing. And what he meant specifically, and he went on to say this, was that Trump recently did a thing where he repurposed an old, like, government institution. I forget what it was called, but it was, like, something set up during the Obama era. And he set it up so that he, like, completely changed what it was about. And repurposed it for his whole, like, Doge thing or whatever. You know, not the meme. That's what he's calling the government agency. That's so dumb. Why is he doing that? That's besides the point. But he repurposed it for something completely different so that he could give Elon Musk more power within the government. And a big thing that the guy was talking about was, and it's really smart because now he can get around congressional approval, and so he doesn't have to wait around for, you know, all the bureaucracy and whatnot. And when I heard that, I was like, what do you mean that's good? Yeah, he can get around congressional approval. That's the problem. Like, you know, congressional approval is there for a reason, right? So to prevent, you know, government corruption. Not that it always works, but, like, it's there to promote to prevent the president from having all of, like, unchecked power. That's why it's called checks and balances. Like, that's the point of it. And so the fact that he found a loophole in order to get around it, like, yeah, it's smart, but, like, that's also not good. like what? What do you mean? Like, that's busted. Like, and that really scared me when I first heard about it. Not only because the guy seemed very nonchalant when he was talking about it, like, yeah, you know, and everyone who's all scared about it, it was put into place during the Obama administration. So everyone who's freaking out about it, a little foolish to me. Which is like, okay, yeah, it was put in place during the Obama administration, but what it's currently doing today, or at least what he's in place of currently changing it into, is completely different. That's the problem. That's what people are scared about, buddy. And it's like he didn't, I don't know, he just didn't seem to realize that when he was talking about it. But it's like, that was really scary to me. But then I started thinking, okay, so if it's that easy to bypass, like, government bureaucracy and to, like, go around, like, checks and balances and, you know, government regulations and all that sort of stuff, if it's that easy, then, like, how far off are we from dictatorship mode? I don't know, you know. And, like, when I started thinking about stuff like that, like, that got me scared, you know. But then I started thinking, all right, how many other countries in the world have, like, actual dictatorships that have been going on for, like, decades, you know? And how are the people, not necessarily the countries and, like how rich the countries are or whatever, but, like, how are the people doing? And it's like, I know some people from Chile. I mean, you know, I know some people from, like, or I've seen, rather, or talked to in passing, some people from, like, Uruguay, or some people from, I don't know, who have come from, like, Cote d'Ivoire, you know, like, places. I'm actually not so sure about the government of Cote d'Ivoire necessarily, but I do know that at the very least, Chile, their government regulation, not so good, you know, and it's like, in terms of, like, regulating the people in power, and so it's like, if the people that live there are still able to, like, survive, do stuff, I mean, it's probably harder, but, like, they're still able to manage, like, that's the thing. Whenever I start getting scared about, like, the nature, like, the state of politics, you know, like, how am I going to be able to survive or have access to the healthcare that, like, I need to get and shit like that, it's like, well, I mean, there's an inherent part of the human condition that allows for adaptability, and, like, no matter how tough things are, people survive, you know, even if a lot of people do die, obviously, you know, it's like, there's still, you can still find a way, a lot of the time, You know, you can still find a way. And at the very least, the United States, the nature of it, of politics within it, it's, as a country, cares a lot more about the people that live in it than the people around it, in like other countries surrounding it. And so it's like, at the very least, we're not gonna get like, we'll manage. You know, that's I guess that's like what I'm trying to say is, no matter how hard it's gonna get, people are still able to manage, even when the government doesn't give a shit about them. Even when the government's like passing money, like funneling money out of the country and into the wallets of their friends and whatnot, people are still able to survive and to do all the things that are inherent to being a human. You know, like creating, like cooking, like caring for one another. You know, shit like that. And it's like, I mean, that's one thing to keep you going, you know, to keep you from being totally paralyzed by fear. But it's like, it's always hard to know. But you know, we'll be all right. I guess that's my point. We'll be fine. I don't know. I mean, at some point, that's kind of just what you have to tell yourself. But like, at the very least, I don't know. You know, I don't know. I don't know, man. Like, no matter what happens in the government within this specific country, I know that we'll manage. We'll manage. Yeah. I mean, I know it's like kind of scary for my family specifically, my extended family, because there's like talk of like mass deportation. And so, that's not good, you know? I'm not going to say anything specific about any of my family members, but like, you know, that raises some red flags. But I mean, there's only so much they can do, you know. And it's like at some point, the best you can do is just like help out your local community, you know, like volunteering at your homeless shelter, donating food and shit like that. Like, I mean, I know where I live, there's like a specific place. I'm not gonna say its name because they've had some people go over there and try threatening and whatnot. But it's like, there's like a few different spaces for like LGBT people and whatnot to congregate and to like find solace in one another. And it's like, it's really easy to like just like donate food, you know, like just baking shit and giving it to them, giving them like leftovers, giving them, you know, like giving them funding and whatnot, shit like that. And it's like, at that point, the best you can do, like, government be damned, is just, you know, care for one another, you know. And it's like, well, you know, that's the best you can do. That's the best you can do. And I mean, it is definitely like, when you do stuff like that, when you are volunteering, it gives you like a feeling of solace. Not necessarily in that like, oh, I'm doing a good thing, I feel so good about myself. More so like, it's like real people, you know? You're talking to like real people and hearing what they have to say about stuff and hearing how much you have in common with them. And I mean, if you're able to talk to them right now and they're just like you and they're able to still be here and survive and whatnot, then it's like, maybe things are gonna be okay, you know? And it's like, I don't know. In conclusion, that's why I recommend community aid above all else, because that's the thing that you can most easily influence in terms of making things better, at least a little bit, for the people around you. It's like that. But yeah, it is true, and that's what Malcolm X was talking about as well. He was always talking about community aid, and God bless Malcolm X, and he says a lot of shit about it, specifically that his communities should be armed as well so that they can protect each other from government corruption, which is an interesting idea. It's an interesting idea, that's all I'm gonna say. It sure is an interesting idea. Hold on, right now it's 4:54 p.m. I'm gonna end at 6, I think, or 5. 5:30. Yes, because then I'm gonna need to eat because I'm getting so nauseous. Holy balls, you know, because I'm so hungry and nauseous and stuff like that. Here, I just need to drink. If I drink water, then I might have to finish without writing any script stuff, but that's fine because there's always tomorrow and the next day and the next day and the next day. My due date for getting the other script done is Friday, and today is Tuesday, so we have like the rest of the week, so that's good. So at least that, so that's good at least. So there's that, so at least that, so yeah. Cool. Nope, the light's not projecting over there. That's fine though, but it's fine, you know. It's chill. Oh wait, hold on. Wait, did I finish? Wait. I just on someone doing. Wait, I didn't finish this. Shit. 7 mountains in this hell that they found they can reduce five to punishment, not just an empty women's flesh pierced with red pins. They serve as hell as signposts for sweet little Tomino. Right. So. Hold on. Another possible translation would be not just on some empty whim / will I pierce with blood red pins / the marks upon the body / of sweet little Tomino. Either way, the conclusion is chilling. Now, given that the poet had a predilection for symbolist poetry, it's very likely that all this talk of Tomino's descending into hell is mere metonymy. Symbolism? Metaphor, and that some other sort of earthly hell of interpersonal relationships is described. That makes sense. The Japanese Wikipedia article on Saijo suggests that he wrote this poem upon the death of either his sister or father. Given the aims of symbolist poetry to avoid describing things themselves instead of describing their effects, it strikes me that the poem is meant to show Saijo's emotional. Oh, thank you for Happy Halloween. Oh, I guess you could say that, sure. Wait a second. It strikes me that the poem is meant to show Saijo's emotional distress upon someone's death, comparing his survivor's guilt to a journey to hell. Oh, survivor's guilt. That makes sense. Oh, I get it now. Tomino's hell is not about a kid literally killing his parents. It's about some sort of disaster happening in his family. Maybe his family got like a big virus or something. And then, since he's the only one that survived, he feels the survivor's guilt. That explains, except he also might still have the sickness, hence maybe the physical manifestations of the symptoms of the... What are you doing? I'm drawing, but I keep getting distracted. I'm drawing, but I'm also thinking about the poem of Tomino's Hell, which, if you remember, was a big poem that was said to be cursed from, I want to say around 2012, but I keep getting distracted and thinking about that. Very cool. Yes, but currently I'm drawing page for comic page. Slowly. I'm getting it slowly done. Slowly. It's just taking some time because I keep getting distracted. But it's just taking some time, but I'm doing it. But I'm doing it as well. And it's fine. Fine! Yeah, I got it. That's fine. But yeah, no, that is interesting. And it's funny when you actually read the Tomino's Hell thing, because when I first heard about it, it was never described that way. I think it was described as, like, about, like, a kid descending into hell. And, like, that's it. Like, nobody really got into the nuances of it. Or ever really talked about it on a much deeper level outside of, like, oh, it's scary, and if you read it, then tragic things will happen to you. You know? But it's like, it's almost as if when you go and talk about the thing that everyone's talking about, then it becomes clear why it's popular. It's actually because it's very cool. Speaking of cursed, my cousin recently found a research document in the forest. Oh, hi, Jaden. A research document in the forest, but the information on it is so incredibly outlandish, I highly doubt it's real. I would love to see it. Could you share it on an Imgur link? I would love to see that. Or even just know what is it? What is it researching? And what's the subject matter? And hi, Jaden, the Starbot, hi, Jaden. So, that's interesting. Research document in the forest. I mean, if I had to guess, could probably be like a newspaper clipping or something that someone like littered but then forgot to leave there. Or forgot to take somewhere else, or just littered. Or it could be like I don't know, because if I was researching something, I don't think I would leave my documents behind. What the hell? Because why would I do that? Or it could be pages of a book. A book could have been. Excuse me. Excuse me. I have my entire my entire throat and nose is clogged. Excuse me. All right. This is what happens every time I stream. Why does this happen every single time I stream? Okay. Yeah, I missed this happening, but yeah. Before I show you anything on Imgur, I want you to guess what it is. Is it about... I mean, my first guess, since it's a research paper, was, like, it's researching, like, the fauna of the forest, or, like, the plants, or the animals, or... I don't know, maybe gravity. I'm not really sure. Because if it's outlandish and not real, then it could be one of those, like, old, what was it? Not encyclopedia. Yeah, one of those encyclopedia things where it was, but, like, before they had fact-checking. So it was just, like, a bunch of outlandish claims that don't really make any sense, you know? And maybe someone had a copy of one of those things and it was just lying around, and then over time it weathered so much that, like, the papers got strewn around, got everywhere. Or maybe it was just, like, troll document. Maybe someone was goofing. Someone might have been goofing. But, I mean, those are my best guesses. I don't know. Yeah, because I'm not sure. I don't know. Because, like, if I had a book, and I took my book to the forest to read it, I wouldn't just, like, let one of the pages slip out. It could have been that, like, there were kids that had like a school textbook or something that they were reading in the forest for, like, the giggles, and maybe it started raining and one of the pages fell out because the moisture, like, ruined the bind of the book, maybe. But I don't know. I mean, that would also make sense, but it's talking about pretty recent times. Like, it says the first sighting was in 2020. First sighting. Well, that sounds like it's cryptid stuff. Maybe it's cryptid stuff. Is it cryptid stuff? I mean, it sounds like cryptid stuff. It could also be, like... Because 2020, we all know what was going on there. That was the year of, you know, the COVID and also the QAnon. So, like... I mean, I guess it depends. It depends on where you found it. If you found it in United States, then it wouldn't surprise me that it is if it was QAnon and it was like, yeah, man, I saw, like, the celebrities in the forest, like, eating babies and shit. Like, or having, like, some sort of satanic ritual or whatever. Which, I mean, yeah. That would definitely be funny. Definitely be a funny, silly thing. If that was the case. But, yeah. Skibbity Toilet Cryptid Research Paper. I mean, after you say that, all I can think about is the horror skunk skibbity toilet video. You know about horror skunks? Okay. Hold on. I'm only gonna show you... Okay, I'm just gonna show you a little bit. Just a little... No more than 5 seconds of it is what I'm gonna show you. But I'm going to show you the Skibbity Toilet Cryptid video, you could say. Okay. So... I don't even want to watch one of these videos on camera. I don't even want to do that. I don't even want to see anyone seeing me look at this. There. Guess by these thumbnails. There. I'm not watching this shit. I'm not, yeah. But it's, yeah, and it's like, and it looks like that as well. That's it. That's all I'm gonna show you. You don't get to see anything else. Okay, I'm gonna show it to you on Imgur. Give me a moment. I'm pretty sure I have some printed versions, so it's less crumbly. Oh, I mean, the crumplier the better. Everyone loves a good crumbly paper that they found in the forest. Honestly, if I found a paper in the forest, I would love that. I would love that so much. Because, like, like, sometimes I go to, like, the forest trails nearby, but I live in the city right now. And in the city, the most you'll get is, like, in a building that people, in, like, a spot that people don't go to, you'll find, like, graffiti that says some weird shit. Like, in the building we currently are in, there's, towards the top level, because you can go onto the roof, like, the door to the roof has written in, like, Sharpie marker, it's like a drawing of a pig, and it says like anal prolapse with an arrow pointing at the pig, and it says I love to, like, gobble up, like, shit or something. It says, like, stuff like that, and it's like, next time you're in a public bathroom, don't flush. And then it has, like, a face going, like, you know, like, licking its lips and stuff, and it's like, what? And it has, like, a pig, and it says, like, I'm the disgusting pig guy, I'm the turd gobbler, or whatever. I don't know, it said, like, some shit like that. And yeah, and it says that. I don't know why it says that. Who drew that? But I don't know. There's someone within this building who is just like a serial, what's that called when you draw on private property? What's that called? Vandalism. A serial vandalizer. Or a serial vandal, you could say. I think is the actual thing you could say. Yeah, a serial vandal. Because they also recently drew on the elevator. Like, on the elevator. They didn't draw anything about, like, anal prolapse or anything. It was just, like, a 3 kind of face and, like, a, you know, like, one of those kind of things. And so that's funny and I suppose cute, you could go as far as to say. I prefer that over anal prolapse turd gobbler, the disgusting pig man, or whatever it said. It was very clearly shock value stuff. It wasn't someone who actually did it, because, I mean, if it was, then I have a feeling if somebody was actually a turd gobbler, they'd be more defensive. Like, no, guys, trust me, it's actually really good for you. You know, like that sort of thing. Rather than just saying, I'm a disgusting little shit beast. You know, like saying like shit like that. But I don't know, though. Maybe they have a fetish. They might have a fetish. Sometimes people just have a fetish, and that's okay. But, you know, I'd prefer they don't write about the anal prolapse in the public building that we're all in. But it's weird. Either way, it's in a low foot traffic area, so, like, fine, whatever. But also, what? Say something else. You can say something else. That's fine, you know? Like, there are many things you could say in the world. Other than, like, shit gobbling turd smuggler or whatever it said. I should have gotten a picture of it. Okay. Next stream, I will have a picture of it. That's what I'm saying. And if I don't by next stream, remind me, and then I'll be like, oh shit, I didn't do that. And then the day after, the next stream, you'll remind me again, and I'll say, oh my god, I can't believe I forgot to do that again. And then the next one, and then, yeah, it'll be like that, yeah. But that's if I forget. I might not forget, but if I do forget, that's what will happen. And if I don't forget, I will show it to you. Might be kind of gross. It's not gross. It's Sharpie drawings, whatever. Oh, wait, that reminds me. There's, like, a lot of interesting vandalism that goes on here. Like, compare that to when I was in Los Angeles. Because I used to live there for a short while. That was one of the least conservative places I used to live. Let me tell you. But when I was in Los Angeles, all the vandalism that I would see wasn't really, like, it wasn't as funny as it is here. Like, there's this guy that goes around... So, okay. So, there's a lot of dog walkers in the city, of course. And as a result, there's a lot of dog poop that's sometimes on the sidewalks. And there's this guy that goes around putting little paper flags. Sometimes they're like bright orange, sometimes bright green. He put on a toothpick that he puts them in the turd. He puts them in the dog turds. And usually the flags on them say, like, Trump dump. Trumpin' and dumpin'. That's another one it says. Or it says, like, orange prolapse. Or it says, like, I heart Trump, MAGA. Like, it says, like, in all caps, exclamation point, you know, or, like, recently it's just been saying Elon Musk in the poop. So for the longest time, I didn't know, like, is he in favor of Trump, or is he against Trump, or is he saying that people who say this are dog shit, or is he saying that Trump is the dog shit? But yeah, recently it's been saying, like, orange prolapse. So, hey, I'm back. Sorry it took me a while to find... No, it's fine. I think he's calling Trump an orange prolapse, which is definitely new. But, like, I don't usually hear people use the word prolapse. Like, that's not really a common word. The only times I hear people talking about prolapse are when they're talking about, like, snake veterinarians. Like, when they have to take their snake in because they have a prolapse. In their cloacal prolapse, you know. So did I just put the link in chat, or what? Yes. Yes. I think so. Wait, hold on. Yes, you should try, and if it gets mad at you, then that's will so sucks. But chat highlights deleted messages. Wait, can I used to have a rule that was like no links, because for a while I would get like a bunch of spam from spam link. Oh, never mind. Okay, it works. Phew. All right, let's check this B word out. Let's check it out. Okay. It's like, yeah, there's like a lot of interesting vandalism here, and I have pictures not of the Trump. Hey, hold on a second. That looks like the Tomino's Hill. Whatever. Okay. Artistic interpretation. Oh, okay. So it's like taller, and you get a little 3D printed little shit. Abyssinian Deep. Limited Time Companion. Q367. Codename Limited Time Companion is a toy remote. What about this? Consisting of a button that, when pushed, summons a horrid creature at a fixed 10-foot distance from the individual that is always visible regardless of obstructions. Oh, so it's like in Gary's okay, don't call me a nerd for this, but it's like in Gary's mod when you have like that one add-on that when you press X, it allows you to see all of the props on the map, even if they're like behind walls and stuff, and it shows you like the file name. It's like, all right, whatever. When its first recorded appearance, in early 2020, Q367 first appeared of sale in convenience stores in New York. Designed by Funbox, it was advertised as an anti-loneliness tool. That's funny that they would say that. Promising to rid the buyers of loneliness. As usual, the return address of every package leads to an empty shack in the middle of nowhere. Why would they say that here? This sort of seems like someone's SCPOC. Yeah, that's... It definitely looks the part. After many reports of people seeing a horrific red creature after using this product, Abyssinian Deep agents were eventually called to investigate and eventually found and used a Q367 instance. All other Q367 instances were quickly confiscated and brought to a black site for containment and study. Later, a fake news story had been published, labeling the events that had taken place as mass hysteria. No executions were done. Execute. Okay. As anyone who had used Q367 would simply be chalked up as an attention seeker who had been fabricating stories for publicity. Okay. When Q367 is used, a voice will emit from the remote congratulating the user for using the product and requests they enjoy the next 2 days with their new very own, real, not so imaginary companion. Okay. Shortly afterwards, a grotesque creature, hereby referred to as Q367-1, will appear 10 feet away from the user. Each individual Q367 is invisible to others, even if they had also activated a Q367 instance. Alright. Despite appearances, will not attack individuals who have used a instance. It's harmless and will simply follow the individual from a distance. What's the point then? It's always visible regardless of obstructions. I know. So even if an individual has used a instance, walks up to a wall, it will pass through it as if it wasn't there. If the wall wasn't there, okay? Will sometimes communicate with the affected individual, but the things it says are most of the time nonsensical. Like what? Some of them will not respond to the user if they try to talk to it, and will sometimes cut off the user mid-sentences. That's funny. The voice from the remote and the creature itself has been deemed to be the same. Oh. Okay. After 48 hours, it will de-manifest until it's pushed again. Okay. Several employees have requested some instances for themselves. Seeing as it serves no physical threat, these requests have since been approved. In the workspace, is most commonly used to prank new employees by those who find the anomaly fascinating and by those who are lonely and simply appreciate the company of an otherworldly creature. Yeah, it has been deemed no monetary value, and the remotes are instead being sold at the anomalous auctions. That's hilarious. No, I'm thinking. Because it says no monetary value. Give me an afternoon. I could probably figure something out. Because, like, if they dematerialize, do they still dematerialize if they're dead? And if they don't die, are they able to, like, heal themselves? Like, if you shoot them in the head, does the head reform? If you cut off their head, do they grow a new head? What happens to the old one? Does the old one dematerialize? Because if so, well, if they grow a new head, that means that they have properties of, like, growing stuff back. So you could use them for organ harvesting and could make a fortune off of that. You could try that. I don't know. If these documents are shown to unauthorized personnel, you'll be put up for demotion, and any cover-up fees will be sent to your relatives. Okay. Wait, cover-up fees? Put up for demotion. You could just say you'll be demoted. Is that supposed to be the logo? Why is that the logo? Shouldn't the logo be a meat? Like some kind of meat? That does not look like it's 10 feet tall. No, wait, 10-foot distance. So it's like a little taller than a guy. How tall is this guy? How tall is it? And does it look the same each time? When it says that other people can't see it, I'm not sure if that implicates if it's like only your head or if it's literally just invisible to other people. Yeah, like can it affect other people? Like can it just phase through other people? You could probably figure something out. But also, no monetary value. Are they not selling it? They're not selling the buttons? But also, what kind of, what kind of magic powers does the button possess to summon a creature? Because that, in and of itself, has a lot of monetary value. I don't know, man. I think it only has no monetary value if you're not creative enough. So, skill issue. Is this one long document? No, it's 2 pages. How did you get the full this? If you just found it in the forest, how did you get it to be full resolution, almost like it came from like a PowerPoint? Did you find it online? Hold on. If you look up Amphibian Deep, what comes up? Oh, that's why the logo is that. That's funny. Thorion mod. Mod of what? Oh, nope. Okay. Q367. Q367. Amphibian Deep. Tell me about it. I don't know, man. Ask my cousin. He's the one who found it and printed it. Oh. Maybe he made it. Did he make it? He might have been lying when he said he found it in the forest. How old is your cousin? Because because this is definitely some shit that I would say, like, as a kid, and then I would, like, print it out and show people, like, dude, I found this in the forest, and I would show it to people, like, at school. That's funny. 3PS. Threeps. Mirahees.org. Oh, what? 2 submoons. That's different. Threeps. 18. He's 18. Well, he might have just wanted to do it. I don't know. Yeah, I have no idea. That's funny, and that's hilarious as well. And, hold on, let me reverse image search. Because if we can't find it online, then that just means that he made it himself. Exact man. Wait, what did it say? Wanna be Edgar thinks he's cool. What the hell? What? Okay. Yeah, there's no exact matches. I think he made it. I think he made it up. Oh wait, it's only scanning this part. Oops. Hey, wait. Zoom out. Zoom out all of it, bro. What? What? Alright. That's odd. Here, the reverse image search, please. Okay. And it's searching all of it. Oh, no, it's still just searching the guy. Search all of it. There. Can we get visual matches? Exact matches to all of it? No. Okay. Product perimeter. I think he made it. I think he made it. The fact that nothing even remotely similar is coming up, I think he just made it and printed it out and said, "Bro, I found this in the forest." That's funny. That's funny, and that's very silly and funny as well. And that's also silly, and it's kind of funny too. If I was being straight up real. So thank you, Abyssion D. Don't look at my emails. So thank you, Abyssion Deep. Thank you, your cousin, and thank you to Drawing. I found the original. Search up Pressure Limited Time Imaginary Friend. Oh, yes. Pressure Limited Time Imaginary Friend. All right, let's see it. Imaginary Friend Pressure Wiki. Oh, okay. Nice model. All right. Oh, sick vampire squid. Woo! Cute. So cute. Okay. Very cool. Imaginary Friend Pressure. Is this video game? That's cute. That's cute that looks like that. What is this? Can I download it? Imaginary Friend Pressure Wiki. Fandom. Do they have a different one? urbanshade.org. You say so. Look at the document picture. Yes. This one. I mean, yeah, no, it definitely looks like the this one. But hold on. Oh. There we go. Oh, wait. Alright. Remote that spawns a horrid red creature, Z432. Wait a second. He just changed some of the names, but copied the rest. That's funny. Mechanics. Lonely no longer. Summon a new, not-so-imaginary friend. Press the button on the toy to remote activate. Yep. Oh my god, I get it now. It's probably like some kid that printed out like, ooh, someone's gonna find this and get so spooked. Honestly, I would do some shit like that. At a young age. Like, yeah. Yeah. Honestly, though... Oh, wait, Roblox. It's Roblox. It's a Roblox thing. Okay. No, that makes sense that it's a Roblox thing. Alright. That's why... Yeah, okay. Do you guys like old Squiddles too, by the way? What? Squiddles? What are you talking about? Are you dumb? What are you talking about? She's considerate and will be quiet when you sleep. That's cute. Despite her sprite-like appearance, the limited time imaginary friend actually uses a 3D model. Yep. Looks like it. Definitely looks like it. That's yeah. Oh, I guess yeah. I guess so. Yeah, some kid either your cousin was being a little silly, or it was some random kid that that like basically like copied this Roblox game and then wrote some stuff about it. Because that makes sense, and also honestly, I remember doing shit like that. Like when I was little, I used to write a bunch of books. I used to like to write books, not like books. Like they weren't long. They were usually like, I think my longest one was like 30 pages. And it was big font size as well. So hold your applause. And one of the things was, I saw like Markiplier play, because I used to watch Markiplier. I saw Markiplier play a game. I forget what it was called. It was called like something Solitude. I wonder if I can find it actually. Because it was interesting, and I kind of want to play it if it's still out there. What's it called? Solitude game. I don't know. It's called something Solitude. And it took place in a cell. Is it called The Meaning of? Is it just? Trying to live in solitude is an everyday struggle. Wait, is it called Solitude Game? Is that what it's called? That's crazy. Whoever made that document basically just renamed all the things that might have ended up leading us to the original source. Yeah, pretty much. Solitude Game. Okay, none of these look like it. No, but there was like a specific game with like kind of like a low poly art style, where you were in this prison cell and you didn't know why, and you were just in it for the entire game, and like at one point, and you just would keep receiving letters through the bottom part of the door of the cell door, and you would have like specific friends. One was named Salvador, one was like a woman who runs a bakery, and some of them were love letters. Sometimes they would bring you gifts. Like one was like a Game Boy that had like Snake on it and stuff. One of the gifts was like a live spider that would just walk around your cell and stuff. And eventually, since you don't have the ability to write back, one of your friends, Salvador, ends up like killing himself because you don't respond to his messages. So he ends up believing that you're dead. And so at the end of the game, you're let out of the cell because the entire world ends. And so you go to the bakery with the woman who also, I think, either killed herself or died or was poisoned by someone or something. They all died or something. And you go there and you just find her blood with a suicide note, and the game ends. And I remember when I was like, I think I was like 9. Was that 3rd grade? 2nd or 3rd grade? I don't know what age and grade. But at like 2nd or 3rd grade in elementary school, like I basically wrote the entire plot in a book form, describing all the events and whatnot. Presentable Liberty? Wait, that sounds familiar. I think that's it. Hold on. Presentable Liberty? How did you know? Okay. Did you search something for... Oh my god, this is what the game was! Yes! No, yeah, it's yes, I remember this one, and yes, and I do remember this one as well, and yes. Why is the statue... Complete with ending! Live with Crispy! Okay. But yeah, yes, Mr. Smiley. Salvador. Yeah, okay. That's right. I literally looked up game where you get letters in a prison cell. That's all I had to do. But yeah. Yes, I remember this game. I need to find out a way to play it. Hold on, did Markiplier play this? I think so. If he did, then I've definitely seen it before. Yeah. Oh, yeah. This game will change your life. I think that's the Markiplier one. Yeah, that game is awesome. Is it free on GameJolt? You can just download it? Is this true? But like, yeah, I wrote a book form of this entire book. I basically adapted into book, complete with like rewriting all of the letters and whatnot. And then I took it to second or third grade, and I was like, I wrote a book, and it's called Presentable Liberty. And my teacher was like, whoa. I guess she didn't read it, because I even wrote that all the characters kill themselves in the end. But I guess she didn't read it, and she put it at the, like, book nook that they had or whatever, where they had, like, a shelf with a bunch of different books that you could read, and then they put my books there as well, which is just a bunch of papers stapled together. And it's like that, and that's funny that this is like, and it's here, and you can just download it, and that's funny. And my robe is coming undone. I'm becoming naked. I don't want you to see that. I will have to play this later in my own time, or maybe no, I'm not gonna play it on stream. I'm not gonna play it on stream. Ooh, facade. No, I'm not. No. Normal. About your download. It's a free first-person horror indie game that takes place in a small area. Alright. That's hilarious, and that's so funny, and it's also hilarious, and it probably... I mean, that probably reflects why I was so interested in indie horror to begin with for, like, forever. I don't know if it started with that game, but it definitely started with that game. And if not that game, then, like, I don't know, one of the other games that, like, Markiplier played at some point. That Markiplier is responsible for, like, basically all of the indie horror games that got so popular. So it makes sense that he was also responsible for, like, getting a bunch of kids hooked on indie horror as well. That's funny. Yeah. But anyway, shout out Presentable Liberty, and I guess shout out to Markiplier for making it still relevant, I guess, or because, like, I don't think, well, I definitely would not be talking about it right now if it wasn't for seeing that as a kid. And it's like, I remember it so vividly. It's a very memorable game I will have to replay. Or, I guess, play for the first time, because I never played it. I just watched Markiplier play it. Because for the longest time, I was terrified of installing any free games from any website that wasn't Steam. So that really limited all the games that I ever played. But it's been nice having my own computer, not a family computer, so I don't really have to worry about that. With antivirus, so I don't really have to worry about that. And as a result, Facade has got to be at least one of my top 5 favorite games. Which isn't saying much, because I don't play a lot of games, but out of the games I do play, Facade is one of the frequent ones. Over and over again. That's a good game. Shut up, Facade! That's got to be one of my favorite indie horror games of all time. It's true. It's 5:30. I said I would go by 5:30. Okay, hold on, let me finish. I'm not gonna finish. It's gonna take too long for me to finish. Hold on. I got it. I just need to, like, blend and shit. No, I need to... No, hold on. Yeah. Yes. The reason why I'm waiting until 5:30 to go is because I have a call in the Discord server, the Toes Discord server. And in the Discord server, we do weekly calls, and also waiting until 5:30 for my friend Tom to get back home from school because he's in college right now, and I don't know if he's back home yet, but I will have to ask. You know what? I'll ask. While Discord's loading, I'm just gonna keep drawing. I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna say, Tom, are you back home from school? That's what I'm gonna say. Actually, no, he usually returns at 6. I already know the answer to that. Alright, so I have until 6, but I'm so hungry and nauseous as well. But that's fine. I'll wait, and then I'll eat later as well. And then, and 2 as well. And so on, and the etc. and so on, and stuff like that. Did it finish downloading? Stop checking, dude. It's fine. No, I got it. And I got it. And my hand is starting to hurt as well. But it's fine. You know what they say, you keep drawing, and then your hand hurts, and then you keep drawing as well. Oh, you know, go crazy right now, like a hamburger. What the hell? Alright, because I'm hungry. Oh, I would say a beef stew, because I do love beef stew, but the last beef stew I made really messed me up. Because, like, here's a fun fact about stew. You're not supposed to cook broccoli in stew. Because then, I'm getting nauseous just thinking about it. But, like, okay, so broccoli has a high quantity of sulfur for a vegetable, and when you boil it, the broth itself becomes, it gets a lot of the sulfur in it, and so you can't boil it and use what you boiled it in as the broth, and you really can't cook it in a liquid and then drink the liquid, because that is like toxic for you pretty much. It's not toxic, but it will make you throw up your guts. And so I did cook the broccoli in it, and it made it smell terrible. And sorry, I'm almost throwing up just thinking about it. But okay, I'm gonna think about something else while I describe it. So that's really hard. Okay, so basically, it tasted disgusting and smelled disgusting, and also kind of ruined all of it. And when I ate it, I also drank the broth right afterwards, and like, you know, like that sort of thing. And when I did that, then it was so bad. I was crazy nauseous, and whenever I'm nauseous, I don't want to throw up because I hate the sensation of throwing up. Which, I mean, like, that's normal, I assume, but like, I hate it because then you're all dirty and you have dirt everywhere, including in your mouth, and then you have to brush your mouth and stuff like that, and it's all messed up, and it's everywhere too, and it goes everywhere, and it feels bad, and it goes everywhere. But yeah, I was so nauseous for several hours because I had so much broth in me. And so I was throwing up. And then I was like, oh, well, at least that's over with. Now I can recover and brush my teeth and maybe, like, drink some water to stabilize my stomach. And so I do that, and then 30 minutes later, I throw up again. And it's so... and I hate it, and I'm getting nauseous again. And it's like that. And so never, ever, ever cook a soup with broccoli in it. Unless it's a broccoli and cheese soup, in which case I have no idea how they make it, but always follow a recipe. Follow a recipe if you're going to include broccoli in your soup. Broccoli and cheese soup would go crazy right about now. Holy shit. But yeah, so as a result, just the thought of making a stew makes me nauseous now. Which sucks because I like a stew. I like a good hearty stew with like meat in it and oxtail maybe, and you know, other stuff. La lengua. I got la lengua recently at a farmer's market place, and it's pretty good. But now I can only make it in like tostadas and stuff. But some people make lengua into the soup. The lengua, the tongue. It's the tongue of the cow. La lengua. And people make... excuse me, my entire thing is full of green. I'm full of green. Hold on. Hold on, I'm full of green and stuff. Okay. I'm full of green. Oops, my thing is coming loose again, and you're seeing my naked body. I don't want you to see that. That's like inappropriate and stuff. And it's not, we don't have an NSFW label, so that is so inappropriate. Oh, where'd Discord go? I'll say, at Tom, are you home from school? That's what I will say. Word for word, that's what I'll say. And that's a normal thing to ask, too. You can tell I'm normal by the way I typed that out and asked it as well. Because I'm normal. Yes, it's true. Yeah. But I'm so hungry. Maybe when I go downstairs I'll have, yeah, I'll have something. I don't know what. Okay, I do have tortilla chips. I need to get more tortilla chips from the store. But I do have tortilla chips. And I also have a chili that my parents brought me. Thank you, parents, for the chili. And so then I could eat that as well. And I could also eat that. And that will be what I eat, perhaps. Yes, I will eat the tortilla chips. And that should work. And it will work as well. And that's gonna work. And that's gonna work as well. If I had to be so real about it, I would say it's gonna straight up work and shit. And it's gonna work too. And I'll put in the microwave, and I'll put in the microwave, and yes, and then I'll put the chips in the toaster oven. If you ever want to reheat chips, don't use the microwave. It rehydrates it, and then you get floppy ass chips. What the hell? You don't want floppy chips. Trust me, you don't want floppy chips. Terrible, terrible idea. But if you put it in the toaster oven, or if you bake them, then that dehydrates them and stuff. Oh my god, you know what that reminds me? The other day, I was baking shit. No, I wasn't baking shit. I wanted to make... Excuse me. I wanted to make apple fritters, because my brother bought apples a year ago, and hasn't eaten any of them. And so he said like, "Oh shit, I forgot about those." Yeah. You can eat them. And now he says I can eat them. But the thing is, no, I can't because they're wrinkly and soft. I'm not gonna eat wrinkly and soft apples. Sorry. But what you can do with wrinkly and soft apples, because I would hate to waste them, is you can bake them into something. In fact, it's actually better if you use like flawed apples and stuff for like various baked goods, because that's the great thing about baking is you take an ingredient that's not that good, you make it into something great. That's why, here's a fun fact for you. People who have mold allergies can't drink apple cider or eat apple pie because they use moldy apples for that. So there you go. Moldy apples are apples with yeast on them and stuff like that. Like some shit like that. They used aged apples at the very least. But like, yeah, so that is a fun fact for you. And so I thought like, okay, well, I'll make apple fritters. So I made apple fritters. But here's the thing. I was following a recipe that I found on Pinterest, and the recipe itself it was very strangely written, because it didn't have the typical. Okay, so first red flag, it didn't have a print button, which usually they have a print button on recipe websites if your phone is overheating from the gigantic amount of ads they are spamming your phone with. Messed up. But it didn't have a print button, but it also had like, it was separated in a very particular format. Let me show you something real quick. If we go to Mr. ChatGPT real quick, and we say, "Excuse me, ChatGPT, generate an apple fritter recipe." Here's something I want. Let's take a look at this. Well, so the recipe itself is going to be normal. And then I'll say write an article to go with the recipe on my blog page. But here's something I want you to note about whenever ChatGPT generates something. Anytime it generates something, there's always categories. Like, for everything. Fry the fritters. Make the glaze. Glaze the fritters. Serve. Okay? Why you'll love this recipe. Okay. Yeah. And then write the ingredients. Yeah. Step by step how to make them. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, we know this. We have this already. Yeah. This is actually already, like, a better recipe than what I found. But that's probably because instead of saying write an apple fritters recipe, they probably wrote write a baked apple fritters recipe. Which that's the problem, but I'll get into that in a little bit after it, right? Serve and enjoy. Tips for the perfect apple fritters. They had the tips page as well. Don't overcrowd the pan. Adjust the glaze. Right. And then final thoughts. That's what I want you to look at. ChatGPT, whenever it generates an article, it always says final thoughts, or it says conclusion. It always says that. On a recipe, that doesn't happen that often. Like, why would you have final thoughts or a conclusion on a recipe? Because, like, that's what the article that's above it is for. But ChatGPT always adds a final thoughts because it's going based off of all the other articles that it has, like, in its repertoire, you know. But it's like, here's the problem with the recipe that I went with. And I can probably actually find it for you, just to show you. And maybe you can figure out what the problem is based off of the recipe. Oh shit, I didn't save it. Damn, I didn't save it. Alright. Either way, it was baked apple fritters. Wait a second. Oven baked. Baked. Hold on. Did I see it here? Apple fritters? Did I see it here? No, I didn't. Okay. Baked apple fritters, all recipes. It was on some kind of, like, some woman's name. as the title, as well as like an AI generated image of like a woman. Actually, no, it wasn't AI generated. The image wasn't generated by an AI. It was instead taken from Google image results of like some actress. That's the thing, because it was like a red carpet photo. And the text itself was absolutely AI generated, but the photos that it had accompanied with it were from Google Images. And I know this because when I actually made the thing, it looked nothing like it. Because, okay, here's the thing about apple fritters. Apple fritters are donuts, basically. And donuts need to be fried. Like that's just a part of donuts. You make a bread around bread thing and you fry it. And the reason why frying is so important is because when you fry it, you maintain the moisture on the inside part. Because you are like inconsistent, the heat distribution is inconsistent throughout the volume of it and whatnot. And like that's why apple fritters are oftentimes so juicy, because the outside is crisp, but the inside, like the batter, still maintains all of the juiciness because, you know, it's not dehydrated through the process of baking. But if you make the same thing, except you bake it instead of frying it. Here, I just dropped something. Here, I actually have them with me. Look, this is what one of my apple fritters looks like after I fried it. Looks like fried chicken, right? But like, it's juicy on the inside, crunchy on the outside, right? Very good. But this is what one of my apple fritters look like when I baked it, like the recipe told me to. Like, what's going on there? That's because the heat distribution was even throughout because of the baking process. And because of the fact that I baked it, it has a dry consistency, you know, and that's the problem. But the AI that generated the recipe didn't know that, because the person who generated the recipe didn't tell the AI not like to take that into consideration, to take into consideration that it's just not possible to make an apple fritter through baking, because if you do, then it's just not gonna look or taste like an apple fritter. Because the whole point of an apple fritter is it's fried. That's the whole point. But, like, the AI didn't know that. And as a result, yeah. Because, like, whenever you see, like, a recipe page that has, like, AI-generated text throughout it, the person who's running the page usually doesn't really care about baking. They're doing it for the AdSense. Because it's like normal baking website procedure, basically, to like have an insane amount of ads on their page, which I don't like that. I have my own problems with that. But like, if you're on mobile and you're looking at a recipe page, ads everywhere, all over it. Sometimes you can't even scroll. That's why you can't touch anything without touching an ad on accident. That's why you have to always click the print button, because there's less ads when you do the printer thing. Or when you click the print button. But like, the thing is, the people who write the people who generate AI generated recipes don't try out the recipes before publishing them into websites. That's why they're using AI to write the recipes, because they don't know anything about baking chemistry or like, you know, like any of what goes into it, you know. And like, I would honestly prefer they just plagiarize an already existing recipe website, because then at the very least, it's a real recipe that, like, when you do it, it comes out as good. Whereas like when it's an AI generated recipe, there's no guarantee that it comes out good. Sometimes it will. Sometimes it'll come out fine. But like, it depends. Like, if it's on a cake, where like it doesn't have to be as precise, you know, because the texture is it's pretty easy to accomplish when you're baking a cake. So like, if you want a cake recipe with like specific ingredients, ChatGPT is great for that. But like, if you want something that's more complex, like donuts, I mean, the process of making a donut, like the frying process at the very least, it can be kind of hard to get it like all the way good. And so if you don't have exact measurements for that, I mean, you might mess it all up. And that sucks, especially when you're frying stuff, because, at least for me, I have to worry about the smell that comes out of it. And if what is it? If the dough is like mismatched to the settings of the fry, or the fryer, or the pan, the heat that the pan is under, if it's mismatched at all, you're gonna get either too flaky of a crust, and when I say too flaky, I mean like, or I guess too lumpy or whatever. It's just gonna drip everywhere and it's gonna make a mess because like each recipe has its own specific like boundaries for making the donut stuff for the different textures and the different consistencies, and the AI generated stuff does not take into account that unless you directly copy and paste in a recipe for it to paraphrase. And I would rather they do that. But the people who are generating these recipes aren't doing that because that takes, I guess, too long. I don't know. Because they're just in it for the ad sets. And that pisses me off because at the very least, put in a big banner, say this article or this recipe was AI generated. Please. I'm sure that that'll make less people want to make it. But, like, good. Because, like, the amount of AI recipes that I've done that have ended up being a complete waste of ingredients because they did not work is, like, it's obnoxious. Like, I hate that. And I hate wasting food, too. But it's, like, the problem, you just gotta be, like, overly, like, skeptical on what recipes are actually made by a person, or at the very least a person who knows what they're doing, or not. Because it's, like, I don't know. It's just those dudes who are, like, you know, the side hustle guys, or, like, the passive income guys that I guess I really have a problem with, because their use of generative AI is absolutely obnoxious, and especially if you're just trying to find a recipe. If you're just trying to find a recipe, it's get the hell out of here. I don't know. I don't even want to deal with that. You know what I'm saying? But it's okay because there are still ways of figuring out whether or not it is a real recipe. That is reverse image search. You know, and it's like, because if it's like an AI generated image of what the result of the recipe is supposed to be, you can usually tell, like with photographs at the very least, because a lot of the times it is like that weird airbrushed kind of look to it, as well as like the different details that are specific to the recipe that would otherwise be lost on, you know, the generation of the image and whatnot, like all the little flourishes and things like that, as well as like backgrounds and things. Because usually if there's a recipe that has like a lot of photos in it, they'll give you different photos of like different parts of their kitchen in like the different step-by-step visual guides, because a lot of recipes do stuff like that. And so it's like there's ways to tell. You just have to, I guess, look for them, and that's fine. But I also wish that the guys would preface that it's not like a real recipe. That's like an amalgamation of different recipes that don't really go together. That's what I wish, but that's fine. But whenever I think about it, it makes me want to start my own recipe website, and maybe I could add all of my recipes that I've made that I've tried, you know. But it's like, but that's a different project, and I'll do that when I'm finished with all of my other projects. How about that? You know, it's true. I'm getting so nauseous, though. And hungry. Okay. Let me finish this, and then... Yes. And then we'll get ready to go. We'll get ready to go. And then we'll get ready to go. But first I have to finish this, and then we're gonna get ready to do the going, and to do the eating as well. I have a cake in the fridge. That's the thing. I have a cake in the fridge that nobody's eating. I'm not gonna eat it, but I might eat it. But I have a cake in the fridge. Let it be known, I do in fact have a cake in the fridge. But that's not the nutritional profile that I need right now. I need protein of a meat, you know. But I do in fact have a cake in the fridge. So let it be known. Okay. But I'm not gonna eat that. I'm not gonna have cereal either, because I need the meat. I have meat. I'll just make the meat. I'll make the meat. Also, if you're ever making tortillas, use flour. I made a terrible mistake the other day. I was out of flour, but I needed to make tortillas, and so I looked up what are some good substitutions for flour. And aside from the typical like You can use almond flour or whatever the hell, or like coconut flour or rice flour, or you know, all the different stuff that's still flour. One of them was like, you can crush up some oats and use that as a substitute for flour, and I was like, wait, really? Turns out, no, you can't. That doesn't work. I mean, it works if you're making a cake. Excuse me, Jesus, what was that? It works if you're making a cake, because if you're making a cake, the flour doesn't need to have as much like grip. You know, does that make sense? Like, hold up. Okay, just checking. Yeah, like the flour, because flour sticks to itself very well. That's why it's so great for baking. But if you crush up oats, it's just not the same. With cakes, flour is used just to solidify it, to make it more dry, so that the liquid ingredients can, you know, hold their shape more. But in tortillas, flour is like the main ingredient, and flour is used, yeah, to solidify it. But like, it's also used to hold everything together. Like, it's the main thing holding everything together, other than, like, water, for instance. And also, it's very important because flour itself sticks to itself very well. Oats don't. And so I made oat flour. Instead of it being actual flour, it was just ground up oats, ground very finely into a kind of flour-like consistency. But that ended up, like, falling apart. It was, like, it was messed up. It was like grainy and weird, and it didn't taste very good, and the texture was just awful. And I only did that because I was out of flour, but if you're out of flour, don't make tortillas. You just shouldn't do that. But now I have a bunch of oat tortillas that I am eating my lengua with, and it's fine, I guess. It's okay. It's not great. It's not a tortilla. Anytime I've made homemade tortillas, they're just so good, you know? And tortillas are great. Like, if you have yet to do any baking stuff, like, follow a tortilla recipe. You can do that. Tortillas are a great, easy recipe to follow, as well as just, like, they're very simple, and they only require, like, 4 ingredients. That is, the flour, salt, water. Water doesn't count. Well, it does, but okay. Water, baking powder. I think that's it. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. And you just mix it together. And then you knead it with your hands. And then you, like, cut it into a bunch of small balls, or rip it apart or whatever, into several small balls. Put them in, like, a greased area for a little bit, so that they expand slightly, I think. And then, afterwards, you come back to them, and then you flatten them out, and then you put them on, like, what's it called? A pan. You put them on a pan that's at, like, rather high heat with some oil on it, so it doesn't, you know, burn or anything. Make sure the oil is vegetable oil, too. Vegetable or olive. Those have the highest smoking points out of all the oils, so you won't be burning anything. And so, yeah, and yes as well, and also yes, and you put the tortillas, after you flatten them, by the way, this recipe is great if you've never seen, like, or if you've never made a bread that passes the window pane test. Because the window pane test is essentially, you grab bread and you stretch it out so it's so thin that you can see right through it, basically, without it ripping. And that's usually kind of hard to do because, well, at least for me, because you need to, like, mix it thoroughly, and for a lot of recipes that have a lot of ingredients in them, that becomes really difficult. But for tortillas, since it only has 4 ingredients, it's actually pretty easy. You just knead it a bunch, and then you do it, and then it works. And so you can do that, and once it's able to, you know, spread window pane thickness, then yes, then you're able to put it on the pan at high heat, And as soon as it starts bubbling, turn it over, and then as soon as it starts bubbling again, turn it over and check if it's like if it's all crispy on one side or whatever. Not crispy, but if if it's like a certain way. If it's brown, you take it off. Brown or black like dots and stuff. But it's a good recipe for you to do, especially if you don't know how to bake anything, or if you're afraid of the oven. If you're terrified of the oven, it's a good recipe because you don't need the oven for this one. You just don't. But you can use oat flour if you are making a cake. That would work fine, I imagine. Otherwise, I don't know. I guess you would have to grind it into really fine pieces. I wonder what would happen if you put it with cornstarch. Because a cornstarch, if you're trying to make like powdered sugar, you can do that with with confectioner's sugar by mixing the confectioner's sugar with cornstarch and putting both of them in like a blender and blending them to be super fine. Like, if you're pressed for time or you don't feel like buying a whole package of powdered sugar, which I get it, then you can just do that, and it works all right. But you do have to blend it for a while, and be careful when it comes to underblending it, because I tend to underblend it. And whenever you underblend it, you'll still get all these little granules that just are kind of gross. They're a little gross. They're just a little bit. I mean, they're not that gross, but it makes it texturally inconsistent and not so good. But yeah, you know how it is. Oh shit! It's 6:00 p.m. I think that means I definitely have to leave now. Okay. Okay, let me save. Okay. Phew. Alright, I'm gonna have to go eat. Pause. Thank you. I'm gonna have to go eat and do some eating shit and stuff like that. Oh. And also in call. I'm gonna do call stuff. And if you want to go, if you also want to see what goes on in the Toes server, in everyone's favorite, the Toes, I will link it later. Okay, yes, I will leave. I'm leaving. I'm working on it. Hold on. Let me get a link. I'll paste a link for you, just in case interested in joining the Toes ever. It's a good one. It's a classic. It's a classic. Expire after never expire. Thank you. Thank you. And nope, I copied the wrong thing. Don't look at that. Hold on. Hidden, use copy button. Okay, I'm using the hold on. Did I get it this time? It says hidden, use copy button. I know it does. I know. I'm working on it. Hidden, use I know. I'm working on edit invite link. Your link will never expire. Yeah, how do I enable the link? I generally don't have this problem. Send a server link to a friend. Yeah, but every time I'm using the copy button. Every time I use the copy button, it says hidden, use copy button. What the hell? What? This doesn't usually happen. Okay. Huh. Well, what the hell? Invite people. Yeah, I'm trying. Hidden, use I can't send it. No, dude, what the H? Hold on. I got it. No, don't worry. Invite, copy link. Okay. Will that work? Discord. Okay, you know what? That's a long ass link, but I can't. Yeah, it's just it's probably because streamer mode is enabled actually. Hold on, if I disable that, then I should get it, right? Okay, now it. Yep. No, you're not. I got it. Look. I got it. There. It's because streamer mode was enabled. Womp womp. There you go. But it's fine. And now I disabled it, and now it's fine. And here you go. And it's